Hey. It's Friday, December 2nd, 2022. What is up? What is up, everybody? Good to have you guys here. Sorry, guys, I was going to do this last night and I fell asleep. So we're continuing yesterday into today. We will have my uh, regular co host, the beautiful Miss Lisa Bevins from Crimes Under Investigation. He will be here. Glad you guys are joining me again today. Again, my apologies for last night, guys. I was sitting here getting ready to do what I had to do. And next thing you know, I woke up at 3 o'clock this morning. So here we are. But anyway, it's good to have you guys here. Plenty to finish talking about, including some new stuff. We will do that here in a moment once I bring this Lisa up here. What's up, everybody? It's good to be here with you. Thank you so much for joining me once again. And happy Friday to you all. Hope you have a great Friday. Hope you had a great day so far. Welcome, everybody. And there she is. Good afternoon, or good evening, good day, good morning.
Good
It is
morning, my
morning.
lovelies. Good morning, Joe.
How are you, my dear? Thank you so much for joining me today. Again,
You're welcome.
always a
Thank you for
pleasure to have
having me.
you. Absolutely. Let's see who we have here. Good Lord, give us a warning before I do what? What are you talking about, Popper? Speaking of which,
Good
let's see
morning,
who we got.
being the fact that it's the 3rd of the 12th here,
Yeah.
3 days into December.
What are you talking about, Popper? Put your oh, shut up, dude. Anyway, let's see. Let's see who we got in the house. We got Ty is back. Great to see you, Ty. Thank you. Of course, Bo Popper. Mr. Steve Billings is here. Thank you for joining us today, guys. Of course, Miss Lisa Bevins. Always a pleasure and a happy time when you have you here. Austin Ferris, the man with the hair. What is up? Denise Soles is here. Always a pleasure, my dear. Thank you for joining us, Miss Vicky H. Izzy Rose, and good golly, Miss Molly's in the house. Good to see you, my dear. Let's see.
Beautiful Molly.
Yes.
You're all
It's getting there,
beautiful.
Vicky. It's getting there. I finally was able to get my doctor prescribed medications. I got Z-Pack and a steroid I'm on now, so hopefully that works out. What is up? First strike. Time to shave. It is not time to shave. It's got to grow. I got to get the big old grizzly.
Morning, Vicky, darling. Morning,
It's good.
Molly.
Come on in, guys. Grab your coffee or tea, whatever your pleasure. Come on in, have a seat, and let's do this. Like I said, we got
And
to
be
finish up from
prepared to
yesterday.
jump
So
down the rabbit hole.
that's way down in there. We're taking Piglet and Pooh and Eeyore and everybody with us.
And I hope you all bring your shovels.
Yep. Yeah. We got a little new info too, because I can't help myself. I know there's a lot of people that are just saying,
See what I started yesterday.
leave it go. But you know what? This one's driving me nuts. Again, this is just like the with Kylie Rodney. It's driving me insane, you guys. I can't help myself. I need to know. And until I figure it out, it is what it is. So I figured
I am so sorry for opening that can of worms up.
no. I would have done it anyway. I was doing
But
it
I
anyway.
had to tell you.
I'm working on it. I'm growing it. You guys might be surprised tomorrow, though. Who knows? Keeps me warm.
I don't think he's going to make Santa bed this year.
Yeah. No, I don't think it'll be that big. And it definitely
No.
ain't gonna be that color. I promise you that much. I still got some pepper left in there, blended with the salt. So be it.
That makes you distinguished.
That's right. Well, like I said, you guys might be surprised tomorrow. Who knows? We'll see what happens. I don't know. It's good to see you guys. Appreciate you guys coming back. Like I said, my apologies. I was sitting here going over my notes and stuff, and I was watching a couple things, writing notes, and I hope so too, Vicky. And like I said, next thing you know, I woke up and it was 3 a.m. and I said, "Son of a bitch!" I fell asleep
And
again.
poor me, the man that says, "We'll go on later. You all right for that?" Yep. In between putting the big Christmas tree up and doing the outside patio for my
Mhm.
grandson's birthday tomorrow, I'm running into the computer to make sure he hasn't messaged me to start.
And I was probably snoring away while you were doing that.
Thank you for that.
Yeah, well, I tried. Like I said, the different
It's all
medications,
right.
the cocktail that I'm on with these different medications, plus being wore out from this, it's like knocked me out, I guess.
I fully
I,
understand.
I woke up at 3 and went to bed, and she turned over. My wife turned over and she's like, "Did you do your live stream?" And I was like, no. She was like, "Joe." I said, "I can't. I fell asleep." I said, "Why are you worried about it? Why are you even awake? You got to go to work." She was like, "Well, you moved." And I'm like, okay." She sleeps like she's a fireman or a police officer or something. Like you move and she's up. I'm like, good Lord. No wonder you don't ever, you're always so tired, you know? But then other times I could probably blow the house up around her. She wouldn't move. Just depends on how tired she is, I guess.
Well, when I last messaged you and said I'm just going to have a couple of hours sleep, I
Mm-hmm.
got my half-hour sleep.
And I even gave you extra time on purpose because I wanted you to sleep. Then my
Yeah, no,
granddaughter,
not sleep. I slept all that time I was sick.
that's probably
It's the
part of the
most
reason
I've
why you,
slept in years.
well, you needed it. You don't ever sleep. That's probably one of the reasons why you got sick, my dear. You got to
No,
sleep. You got to take care of yourself.
I do. I'm just never been a big sleeper.
Well, not saying anything because I know I'm probably going to get a virtual slap for this one, but the older we get, we need a little bit more sleep. And I'm not saying you're older, so don't take it that way. But our
But that's
body,
not true because my mum was the same too. The older she got, the less she slept. And Flower, I'm so sorry to hear you're in hospital, sweetheart.
I just seen that. What's going on, Flower?
Oh my God. Are you okay, darling?
I hope that it's not serious. Hospital
Me
room
too.
218. Thank you for joining us. If anything,
I hope we can make you feel a little better.
exactly. Hopefully, this will give you some kind of healing helping. Not COVID this time. Well, that's a good thing. What is it this time then? It's got to be something if you're in there.
Influenza. Oh
Mm.
no.
Oh,
Oh,
influenza.
Flower, I hope you get soon I hope you get soon. I hope you get well very soon, sweetheart.
Yes,
We'll all be praying for you.
we will definitely be praying for you.
Yeah,
Feel better.
see, Molly knows her mum stays up. She's 72. But I
Well,
think I'm 72. I'll have like 15-minute power nap.
mm-hmm. And my mother's 70, and she's usually in bed. Well, she's also up at 3:30 in the morning, but she goes to bed at 8, 7:30, 8 o'clock at night. And she's
No,
up at
I
three
can't
thirty
do
because
that.
that's when my dad gets up and goes to work at 3:30, and she gets up with him for whatever reason. She always has.
Yeah,
And then
no,
I
I
usually get
can't
a
do that.
yeah, I usually get a phone call about 5:15 because I have to be up by 5:30 to make sure he's awake by 5:45 because it takes him that long to get himself ready because the bus gets here about 6:25, 6:35.
Yeah,
I
I'm
understand,
sorry to
Robert.
hear that, Flower. You do have to look after yourself, love.
Yes, please
I
do.
got to go for one of those. Now all the tests start. I've got to go for a
Lung
lung
scan.
function test and a stress test and
Yeah,
hunting me and other tests.
gotcha. Those are fun. At least you don't have to go through the man test that men have to start doing when they get close to 50. That's not fun. I can promise you that much
No,
at
but it
all.
needs to be done.
I was 45, and it's like my doctor said, I said, don't even say it. I'm not. I said, I got 5 years. He goes, yeah, but it's nice to start early. I said, you just, what? Whatever. Okay, let's do it. I said,
That's like they started giving me mammograms at 25, and here you have to wait till you're 50.
yeah.
By the time I was 30, they thought I had breast cancer. So I had to go to the specialist, and he sent me to another specialist, and they decided to remove the lumps.
Mm-hmm.
What they failed to do was give me an anesthetic to do it, and they took out 5 on each side, but they put
Mm-hmm.
the needle from this side right through without warning. Oh my God, never again. And then I found out they were supposed to give me a local anesthetic to do it.
Yeah, I was gonna say you're supposed to get some kind of an anesthetic for that.
Yep, nothing.
Good God, that has to
Nothing.
hurt.
I think that's the worst pain I've felt.
That's it. I imagine it would be. And that's exactly why we do these tests. Is he said that we don't have to do that, and I'm sorry to hear that. And I told the doctor that same thing, Popper. I said that to him after it was done. I turned around. I said, "You just wanted to make me feel funny today, didn't you?" And he laughed. He goes, "Not really." He goes, "Believe me, I enjoyed it. I think." He goes, "I enjoy this less than you do, I think." And I said, "Yeah, that's because you got to do it to how many people a day?" And he goes, "Yeah, that's the point." I said, "I get it, but I appreciate it, Doc. Thank you very much. And maybe next time we can do dinner first." And he laughed his ass off.
You
Uh,
didn't miss anything yet, Kitty. We haven't
nope.
started digging yet, love.
Yes. Sorry. It irritates me that YouTube does not send the notifications out like they're supposed to. There's so many people that I'm getting comments from that are missing this because they're not getting them.
Yeah, but it's
Um,
not just you, it's a lot of channels too.
oh, I know, they're not doing it, and I like. Luckily, I have quite a few people that I have where I can send messages to if I need to, whether it's through
Yep,
Twitter or whatever else, you know.
yep.
No, you didn't miss nothing, and thank you for joining us today, Kitty. You made it interesting yesterday, that's for sure. That
I
is for
did.
sure. And as I was telling everybody, I apologize. I was supposed to do this last night, but in the middle of doing my notes, it was probably about 7:30 last night. I was planning on going live about 9:30, 10. I was doing notes about 7:30, watching some stuff, and I will. Next thing you know, I woke up. It was 3:15, and I was like, "Okay, too late for that."
This is Joe with his notes.
Yeah, yep, that's exactly what happened. Exactly. I woke up with this pen. It wasn't in my ear, luckily. It was in my hand, and my
Thank God for
notebook.
that.
And yes, welcome, Sherry. Good to see you. Thank you for joining me. I'm sorry, Izzy. I'm so sorry to hear that. And no, they don't. They
Oh
just check.
no. Sorry to
That's
hear
what a
that.
lot of people are doing, Sherry.
I
Thank you for
was
joining
talking
us.
to another lady that messaged me today, and being December and holidays, of course, she was saying that she feels so alone because she lost her mother and father.
Mm-hmm.
And I actually struggled on the 1st of December this year really badly because I lost my sister, my mother, and my father all in the space of 3 months. My father went in December, but for
Wow.
some reason, it really hit me on the first. I think it's because I'd been sick, and I was talking to my daughter, and then all of a sudden, I'm bawling my eyes out.
Yeah, I get it. That's horrible.
But I
I'm
talk to
sorry.
my mum and my sister every day. Still,
That's awesome. That is awesome. I do the same thing. Like I told you guys, my best friend Angie that passed away, I still send her Facebook messages. I still send her messages. I've even, well, this is sad. I hate to talk about it because it usually makes me get teary eyed. But for the longest time, for 2 years, I would call her phone and it would go to her voicemail, and then I would hear her voice. They finally detached her number and disconnected it, and it just doesn't. happen anymore. Um, so that's something I lost out in completely.
Mm.
But I still go to her Facebook, send her messages. My wife does it too, and it makes me sad because I'll go to look at her Facebook and I'll see a message from my wife that I didn't even know she sent. We've done it in the same day sometimes. It's crazy, but
Yeah, I'll
it's worth.
ring my best friend's mobile phone just to hear his voice.
Yep, it does help sometimes.
Mm.
It does help.
Give me 2 secs. I need to change these earphones because I forgot to plug my other ones in. They should be charged now, and these are driving me insane.
Absolutely. Take your time, my dear. No worries, Molly. Do what you got to do. Welcome, April. Good to see you. Yeah, I have a couple voicemails from Angie that I listened to that I won't delete. One of them, she was yelling at me and cussing me out, which that's my Ange. And then the other one, she was telling me happy birthday. But it's a good thing. It's good to hear that voice sometimes. And then, of course, my plant back here, that keeps her going.
Oh, that's so much
So,
better.
why do I keep hearing a phone?
Oh, it's probably mine. It's not my phone. It'd be my speaker you can hear in the
Oh, okay.
background.
I thought maybe it was the TV or something.
No, it's my speaker in the background.
We have a service tomorrow for 15. Oh, that's sad, Sherry. I'm sorry to hear that.
No, no.
Oh, come on
Oh,
in,
shit.
guys. Get comfortable. Let's see what we got going on here. Oh, there's my loud phone. His birthday was about a month ago. My birthday, Kitty. We just had it. November 23rd. It was the day before Thanksgiving this year. I had to think that literally just happened. That shows you where my mind's at. Well, that's sad. Jerry, yes, time is going quick. I just turned 48. Feels like I was only 35 last year. It's crazy.
Oh, you're still a baby.
Mm,
I can say that.
not by much. Hell, you look younger than I do, which is a good thing. But for you, of course, not for me. No, I got it. Understand it. No worries, Izzy.
Mm.
I feel like I'm 70, Sherry. I really do. Take care of your bodies, guys, like I told you. Yeah, thank you, Christy. Thank you so
You're
much.
only as old as you feel.
That is correct.
We're
Tis
just
correct.
conditioned that at a certain age we should feel and behave in a certain way.
Mm-hmm.
And I just don't fit in that little square box. I'm sorry.
Neither do I. I mean, physically, yeah, I act
Mm.
48 because I can only act 48. If, I actually act like I'm 60 or 70 because my body's beat up. But mentally, no. I still consider myself to be about 25 years old mentally.
Yeah, me too. I'll climb into the under the bonnet in the car to fix the motor or something, and yeah, no worries. Get in there and go to bend one way and go. Yeah, my body's just saying no, but my mind's going. You can do this, so I'll keep
Mm-hmm.
pushing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've tried that, pushing myself to do certain things. Thank you,
Yep.
Vicky. I appreciate that, hon. I appreciate that from all you guys. Miss Liza, welcome. Good to see you. We're gonna finish up with what we had yesterday. Give me 1 second. Lisa, hold the show for a second. I'll be right back. I'm sorry, guys.
Will
I
do.
always have to do this.
Hello, April. I added you to Facebook too, April. Christy, Izzy, Sherry, Molly, my darling, Kitty, All the beautiful ones are here. Of course they are. The best come here. As you can see, it's still wet behind the ears. Love you too, April. And you're more than welcome, sweetheart. I hope we're all doing well. I hope you're ready to have your shovels and go down this rabbit hole. But please remember, whatever we discuss, as I said yesterday, I in no way, shape, or form believe them two surviving girls had anything to do with this. So please don't think I think that. My heart goes out to them. Regardless of how strange or that it sounds to us their reactions were, we weren't there. We don't know what they're like. And they must be going through pure hell at this point, especially if they have survivor's guilt or anything. So my heart does go out to them. I can't come. It's still frozen here. I'm sorry, Kitty. It was finally such a beautiful warm day today. Yesterday, as you saw when I was on here and I went, oh my God, the sun's out. We actually had a really warm day today. Like I said, I haven't seen sun since Jesus wore diapers. I thought we were just skipping summer this year. So I'm sorry to hear you're frozen, but I have been freezing for 12 months now. No, Izzy, I agree with you. And that is one of the reasons I decided to start my own channel. What anybody else does on their channel is entirely up to them. Anybody mouthing off about them or running them down will not change how they conduct themselves or conduct their channel. That has to come from themselves.
Welcome, Pamela.
If I do anything insensitive towards anybody or upset any of my audience, even here, I would hope that we all have a respect enough that you can tell me. Please don't think you can't.
Yeah, I saw that, Kitty. And I want to know too. We're going to talk about that, Molly. I want to know who the sixth roommate is that's on the lease.
Oh, okay.
That
Oh,
was
yeah,
not,
I heard that too.
yeah, that was not there, which is almost a good thing that I fell asleep last night,
Yeah,
so I
thank
can
God.
throw that into the stream today. Yes, Xana and Madison and Xana and Maddie, they worked at the Mad Greek restaurant. Kaylee did not, and Ethan was not supposed to be there. Ethan was supposed to be at the fraternity, the frat house where he lived. He just decided to go with her and spend the night. And again, we're going to talk about that, guys. There's some things we didn't get to hit on because we got really wrapped up in it yesterday, and that's what this is all about. And that's why I enjoy this. When you can continue a stream from the day before because we hadn't talked about it all, that's a good thing because that means that we're really getting into it. So go ahead, Lisa. I'm sorry.
No, you're right. I was a bit shocked to find out about that sixth roommate because, as far as I thought and heard, that there used to be a roommate there and they moved out, or they were asked to leave, I should say.
That could have
But
been what
apparently
happened.
not.
Good morning, Kat. Good to see you. No, you could see that, Lisa.
Good morning, Kat. How
Told
are
you
you, beautiful?
everybody missed you. They don't say that to me.
Oh,
They
thank
just
you, Kat.
everybody wants to see your beautiful face. I don't hear that about mine.
We're all beautiful. Beauty comes from the inside.
That's a fact. I'm just joking. Yeah, there was a sixth person.
So were they just on the lease and not living there, or do they actually do live there?
I don't know. That's the thing. And somebody else had said, well, thank you very much, Kat. You didn't have to do that. I was just teasing, but thank you. Um, what was I gonna say? There was some, you know how the rumor mill is saying that all five of those girls are actually not on the lease, that they just happen to live there. It's like, well, okay. So I don't know. We're gonna look into it. We need to do some digging, I think, to figure out, because I really do want to know who that other person is. I want to know um,
Mm.
that you did, Kitty. Thank you. I want to know if that person's not living there because of something bad that happened, because that would
Mm.
absolutely change this completely. You know.
Mm. Mm-hmm.
So.
You'll see, I'd like to not only know about this one, but has there been others
Hmm.
that there's been
Before this, right?
confrontation and that's why they've left or anything like that?
Right. Were they asked to leave because they didn't get along with people, or
Mm.
was there a fight? You know what I mean?
Yep.
Ha, there she
Hello,
is.
Daisy, darling.
Haven't seen you in a while, my dear. It's great to see you. Mm-hmm. Exactly, Kitty. Well, thank you, Miss Molly. I appreciate that very much. That's very sweet.
And true.
Right, Sherry.
So, does anybody know whether the other roommate is male or female? I'm guessing female, right?
That's what Sherry just said. If it's a male or a female, I would venture to say, considering that everybody else there is female, that it would be a girl
Mm.
or a female, but you never know.
Yeah.
Thank you, April. I appreciate that. You guys are sweet. I love you guys to death. Um, yeah, the
Just have
situation.
the
I mean,
best people here.
I do. I'm absolutely, overwhelmingly proud of this community. You have no idea. I've been all over YouTube. I have to say this. Um, don't worry, I'm not going to get all super mushy like I always do. But I've been all over YouTube, and I've looked at tons and tons. You guys know this, of different channels and different groups of people on the channels, in the chat, this, that, and everything else. I don't care what anybody says. I still feel like I have the very best community on YouTube. Everybody in here is so kind and loving, and of course it fits with my personality, and it's absolutely amazing in here, and I'm proud that I was able to put a community together like this, and it wasn't hard.
No,
You guys all came
it's
together and
not.
did it on your own, and I'm absolutely proud of it, and I love you guys for it.
To fit a tree, the tree sitting, it's only a small tree, sweetheart. So it's sitting on my bedside table. And I
It's so,
don't normally have a tree in the room, but my daughter said that I need to put the tree in the room for all you guys.
and we appreciate it
You
very
know,
much.
I had to go in the competition with Joe, you see. I didn't want to look bare.
My tree's not even done. It's driving my wife nuts. She's a perfectionist. I don't know. Did I show you
Yes,
my
so
other?
am I.
Let me show you my other tree, Lisa. You didn't get to see this. I had to take a picture of it because it's in my den in the back of the house. Um, and it's completely different. Where'd it go? I think it's pretty too, but it's not my cup of tea. I like multicolored lights and all that
Mm,
because it gives me that nostalgic feeling from when I was a kid.
yep.
So this is my wife's tree, if you can see that.
Oh, wow. Yep.
It's kind of hard to focus on, but it's all
No, I
white.
can see it. Stop moving it.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's
that is her
beautiful.
tree. It is
Yep.
too, and she's a perfectionist about this crap. That's in my den. So next year, that's the tree you guys will probably see because I'm moving this whole get up to my den eventually. But what's up, Lance? Welcome, bud. So the tree behind me, she sits
Hi,
in the
Lance,
living room
darling.
when she comes home from work, and she'll sit and stare at it. And I'm
Hmm.
like, what are you doing? She's like, it's not
I'm the
done yet.
same.
And I said, what do you mean
Yep.
it's not done? It looks fine. And I'll sit and look at it, and it's like, it's perfect, hon. What's wrong with it? She goes, no, it needs something else. So then she'll leave and go to the store. She'll come back. She put candy canes on it. Okay, I get it. Then she's sitting there staring at it a couple hours later, and I'm like, well, what's wrong now? She was like, it needs something else. I said, leave it alone. It's fine. She goes, no. She wants to put white garland on it now, and I'm like, oh my god, okay. And then she'll fix it and fix the branches again, and she'll go up here and do this, and she's nuts about it. She loves it, but it is what it is. I just let
Wait
her do
until
her
my
thing.
daughter's on and ask her what I'm like with trees.
Yeah, I can.
Her proper response will probably be, "Oh, I just got to walk away."
That's kind of what we all do with. Now, my daughter, um, she's actually my stepdaughter, but I just call her my daughter. And
Yep.
you want to talk about a perfectionist? If we put up the Christmas tree, because we don't get like real trees hardly ever, we just do these because they're easier and quicker.
Mm-hmm.
The one behind me was given to us as a gift. You can't see it clearly, but the branches have kind of like that the almost like a light coating of like snow. It looks like it looks
Mm-hmm.
very real close up, and it's the real fine needles. I think it's called a Fraser fir. Okay,
Yep.
1 second, everyone. I'll be right back. I'm sorry.
You're right. Yep, that's the best, isn't it, Izzy? I still got decorations I made for my mum. But yeah, this year went out and got a pink Christmas tree, only a small one, and I put it on the roof upside down and decorated it. It's got lights and everything on it. And we put the big one up today, but I'll video all the lights and everything for you guys and show you the tree and my upside down pink Christmas tree and all the
You
lights
just say that you
outside.
put a tree on your roof upside down.
Yeah, and you know where the idea come from? From an American lady
Oh, I've seen
who
it. I have a friend. Yeah, we have
used to
friends.
live here, and she had one in the lounge room as well as a big one, and then a
Mm-hmm.
train that ran upside down on the roof, as well as one on the floor. And then she had an upside down one in the dining room, and it was so effective. And I've been saying for years to my daughter, I'm going to do that. I'm going to do that. And I finally did it. But I got a pink Christmas tree because my daughter liked the pink one.
No, that's cute. I like the one behind you. The way the lights are going. I like that. I have a
Yeah,
friend.
that's
Well,
just a fiber
fiber
optic
optic.
tree, that
Yeah.
one.
My wife and I both have a friend. Yes, I did, Miss Brandy, and thank you so very much. I sent you a DM. I appreciate that so very much. Um, what was I saying? They
Oh,
have
I can't.
they have like
Sorry.
a window in front of their house, a picture window, and it's put
Yep.
like an inset window. Okay,
Yep.
they mount the tree up inside the window to the
Hmm.
ceiling part. Okay, and it hangs down, and they decorate it, and it actually saves a lot of room,
Yep.
and it looks kind of cool too. I'll be honest with you.
Yep. You've
Um,
always got space on the roof.
yeah, yeah, and underneath it, there's plenty of room for all the packages and stuff right there in the inside of the window
Hmm.
area. It's really cool.
Yep.
Yeah,
I
over to
used to
we.
do that, Kitty. I mean, all the outside here, there's lights all around the house. There's lights all across the decking. There's lights out in the paddock here near the house. Last year had them all on the roof and everything, but finally took them down. So
Yeah, I saw Kitty saying that us Americans go overboard and do overkill
yeah,
and ridiculously decorate our houses and our yards, right?
but I love that.
We do.
I'm
You're
very
right.
much like that.
Yeah, we do too.
Mm.
My
And
house
that's
right
how
now,
Christmas should be.
I have, you guys wouldn't even believe it. I have a bear in front of my house right now that belongs to my mother in law that's half the size of my house. I'm not lying to you. My wife won't, she's trying to force me to stand next to it to take a picture because I look like my granddaughter standing next to this bear. That's how big it is. And then we have lights and we have some snowmen all lit up in the yard. It's not like Griswold style, but it's the bear is ridiculous. I'll put it that way. Um, Everything else looks pretty good though. If you leave it to
Uh,
me, I would do the Griswold thing.
or I have always been like that. Like when I lived down in suburbia for a little while,
Right.
um, I had a house that had the veranda, and I ended up putting a tree up, a chair up on the veranda, and
Mm-hmm.
just brought a Santa suit and filled it with newspaper and then
Yeah.
garbage bags so it wouldn't get wet. Filled all the suit out, put boots and everything on him. We made a face, put him up on this chair, tied him to it, and had the bag with all pretend um,
Right.
presents in it, and then had little floodlights onto him. And the amount of people that ended up out the front of my place, because my whole front garden was done in lights all around the windows, all on the inside, everything was unbelievable because a lot of neighbours don't do it here, sadly. And
How
then, of
many?
course, because I live out in the country, everybody says, why do you bother? Because for me, for the grandkids, for my children, and because I care.
That's it.
Plus, it's a touch of fairy tale.
Listen, one of the biggest things that I like to do with my family at Christmas time is to get in the car and drive around and look and see who has what set up,
Yep,
who has the most light. And it just gives me, we have places, parks set up around here that you can drive through just to see Christmas lights. I mean, it gives that feeling of, it kind of puts people in the Christmas spirit, and it promotes happiness. There's nothing wrong with that. And people,
it promotes dreaming.
yes,
It promotes
yes,
a bit of, like I said, fairy tale fantasy, which
right,
we all need.
absolutely.
Even when you're older, you don't need to be in real life all the time. It's nice to have fantasy, to have dreams, to go off in that fairy tale.
Do you
And we
know?
forget to do that. That's why we find such beauty in children, because of their innocence, and they're not scared to go into that
That's right.
Nadia world.
Do you know how bad I want to believe in Santa Claus?
Hmm.
And do you know why? Only because of the innocence behind it and because of the happiness
Yep,
that comes from it. That's why, you know?
yep.
It's just, I know it sounds ridiculous to come out of my a 48-year-old man's mouth, but I'm just telling you, it's a fact, guys. It would be the magic of it alone. Do you know what I mean?
Mm.
That's what we need in our lives, everybody. That's what's wrong with our lives because there is so much of the opposite of that in our lives right now that we
The
need
hate and
stuff like
hurt.
that. Yes.
And we forget when we're adults very quickly.
That's why
We
I say,
forget to
yeah,
how to get in touch with our inner child.
yes.
We feel we have to behave like adults all the time, but
That
we don't. We all
that's
need
right.
to remind ourselves we still have that child within us.
That's right. That's why I surround myself with stuff like that and all my
Hey,
toys.
listen, buddy, I have two of them.
Yeah, I
See?
told you I was jealous of those. But I got these now too
We're
because
still trying to track you down one. Oh,
don't
you
forget
got
these.
Snoopy. Oh my God, I love Snoopy
So do I is
and
my
Charlie
favorite.
Brown.
Those are my two favorites, Snoopy and Charlie Brown.
I
You
grew
missed
up with Snoopy and Charlie Brown.
you missed out on what I every Christmas I put these out. I have the Charlie Brown Christmas tree. It looks like the real thing with the one little bulb hanging off of it. Um, and I hold on one second. Let me show you these because you missed this, Lisa. Hold on.
Good grief, Charlie Brown. Oh my God, I love Charlie Brown. That's right, Pamela. And it changes by saying Merry Christmas to somebody you're walking past. Hello. As much as people go, oh, what's the point? Or I don't have time to stop and listen to them. That's the trouble. Because it just takes a Merry Christmas to somebody that changes their whole outlook.
That's right. That's why I don't say Happy Holidays. I say Merry Christmas because it means different and it means
That's
more.
right.
So
mine too, Brandy.
Every year
Although
Christmas,
Snoopy's my favorite.
when we pull out our decorations, thank you, Miss Brandy. I appreciate that. For those of you that have donated to the Venmo, Cash App, and the PayPal, thank you so much. Again, Miss Brandy, thank you so much. I appreciate that so very much. It's very useful at this point because I really can use it.
I have to do that myself. Get on my
these
channel.
Things I get
Oh
out
my God.
for Christmas. And this one, he comes with the little, if you can read it. Good grief, it's freezing.
Good grief, it's freezing. Good grief, Charlie Brown.
On. And this sound, where'd it go? This one shakes like he's freezing. And he plays the song.
I love it.
That song alone makes me feel like a 6-year-old little kid again. I love it. And then, of course, this one comes out. Because I love Charlie Brown. And then this one was a gift for me. See what it says on the shirt because of the,
so cool.
Yeah. And then when you press the button on this one gets down. Where's he at? I can never find his button.
Let me show you, Papa.
There it is.
Go Snoop. Oh, I love it. I could dance with you, Snoop.
Right. Those are my toys. Those are my favorites. Welcome, Squirrely.
Yeah, see, everybody, I'm a little crazy.
Yeah, and that's again why I collect toys and I watch cartoons and all that, because just because I'm 48 years old doesn't mean I can't be serious. Doesn't mean I don't make good decisions, and it doesn't mean that I am I'm immature because I collect toys, watch cartoons, and enjoy myself. It just means that I know how to live, and I know how to be happy. That's what that means. Because you can do that at any damn age,
and that's what we all lose focus of, is making ourselves happy. We're always concerned about what people think, but people don't dictate your life. They don't pay your rent. They don't pay your mortgage. They're not going to be there. Most people will not be there when you're going through hard times.
That's right.
But we do seriously need to remind ourselves about the child that we still have in us. It also changes your look about getting old too, I might add.
Yes. And honestly, just because we grow out of that body does not mean that soul is still not inside of us, because it is. No. Everybody has that same soul and that same feeling that everybody has as a child, because it's where we started from, guys. It doesn't go away. Yep. We progress from it and keep going. That's all. It's still there.
We forget that innocence, and we stop taking notice of the small beauty things.
Mm-hmm.
Sadly, most people will run around and want to buy this and the latest technology and go to the big restaurants and that. Me, I'd rather just go to a park, put a blanket on the ground and have a picnic with my family.
There you go. Absolutely. Or like me, like I said, at Christmas time, one of my favorite things in the world to do is to get in a truck with everybody. Sometimes we take 2 cars so we can all follow each other or whatever, and drive around for 2 hours looking at everybody's Christmas lights and Christmas decorations.
Yep.
And
Yeah,
sometimes
we
we'll
do
get
that.
out. People go all out around here and they play music that goes along with the lights, and people drive by slowly. Some people serve hot chocolate outside during. I mean, it's a beautiful thing, you guys. It
It
shows the
is.
spirit of people between each other. That, like I said earlier, a couple days ago, I love Christmas because this is the one time a year when people feel comfortable enough with each other to go ahead and show that spirit of giving and helping and being nice to each other without worrying about who's going to think what or what's going to happen or what's going to, it's okay to let your guard down a little bit every now and then. It's the one time a year that I see it happen, and it's sad that it can't be all the time, but it
Yep.
is what it is. So that's why I love this time of year.
Look, I worked in a, because as you know, I'm a counsellor, but I also worked in a volunteer place where we give out food vouchers and everything
Mm-hmm.
for many years. And sadly, if you think your life's bad, listen to their stories. And it is gut wrenching, heartbreaking, to know that they don't have toys for their kids, or
Right,
they can't even have Christmas dinner for their kids.
right.
Oh, you were in 6 weeks ago, so you're not due for another 2 weeks. I would, and I'm probably going to find this out now, but
That's
I
never.
would make up names so I could give them extra food vouchers. It's not the
I,
child's
I,
fault.
yep.
And these parents, most of them were doing the right thing. But a lot of them, especially in a certain time, there was a new estate being built, and the brokers got these people into homes by dodging on paper what they were making and what they could pay.
Right.
And the people, not knowing the broker had done that, moved into the place. And the way he did it was so cunning that when they moved in, they actually didn't even make enough to pay their mortgage, let alone any other bill.
Right.
So they destroyed a lot of people. And it was so heartbreaking. And I vowed and declared, if ever I feel down at Christmas or I feel that life's a bit hard, I will always remind myself of what other people are going through.
Right. That's absolutely right. That's why we around this time when it starts to get colder and things like that, we will, like I said, I think I've said to you guys before, we go through the house and we find blankets that we don't use anymore
Yep.
and some clothes. My wife bakes cookies and cupcakes all year long, and
Yep.
she'll bake bunches of them. And we go down through the homeless camps because we have a lot of those around. And
Mm-hmm.
we drop off blankets, and we'll stop and buy 5 or 6 coffees from McDonald's and pass those up, and then go back and buy some more, pass those out, pass out cookies. Because you know what? The people that are homeless, they still are like the rest of us, guys. They still feel
They're
that
still
same way at
human.
Christmas time.
Yep.
They enjoy having Christmas cookies. We'll even get together and make a bunch of Christmas cards up and sign our family name to them. We just don't put their name on it because we don't know it.
Mm-hmm.
And we'll go around and pass out Christmas cards to all these people
Yep.
because they don't have an address. They don't get Christmas cards in the mail anymore. So it's still nice to get one. And every time we do it, it's the same reaction. It always brings tears to my eyes because it brings tears to their eyes because they realize that people do still care about them. We do this
And they're
every year,
so
guys.
genuine. Their
Yeah,
response is so genuine. It's not fake. Oh,
it
thank
is.
you.
It
There's
is.
no front. That is pure gratitude and emotion
That's a fact. My wife will. We have
because somebody cared enough. The thing that annoys me is the amount of people that will walk past homeless people, that the homeless person has said something like, hi, how you going, or anything, just to talk to somebody. And it's
Yep.
like, oh God, I can't talk to them. I'll catch homelessness. Well, I hate to tell you, but the person that's homeless is actually smarter than you now.
Yeah.
On top of that, it's like little old ladies. I love little old ladies. that get to a point where they've lost their husband and everything else. So they go out during the day to shopping centres or sit at the doctor's, and all they're looking for is
Right.
for somebody to talk to them.
That's
Spend
it.
a little time with them
Let them
because they're lonely.
listen to their stories about their life. Let them explain to you that because if you let them tell you stories about their life, it makes their life real again, guys, because a lot of these people feel like they don't exist anymore because they don't, in a sense. They don't have an address, they don't have a home, they don't have this, they don't have that. And again, if you think about it, any one of us could be the same person they are at this point. We're lucky
That's
enough we're
right.
not. That's why I'm grateful for what I have, who I am, and where I am. So I try to give back to the people who don't have that. We make soup. My wife has all those. We went a couple years ago and bought the 2-quart clear plastic containers with lids. She'll
Yep.
make soup and chilies, and we fill them up. We'll put them in a bag, and we'll take down 30 or 40 of them and just pass them out. A couple loaves of bread, just because it only costs a couple bucks.
That's
And it's
right.
just as much as feeding our family. We don't have that much money right now. You guys know how poor I am, what I'm going through, but I still give to other people because who's going to? Do you know what I mean? And there's a few of us families that do it, and we all work in conjunction, and it works out
I'm the
very well.
same.
Very well.
I will give a person my last $10 because they need it more than me.
That's how I am. Exactly how I am. I just like I did with
What am I going to spend it on if I've got food in my cupboard and I've got what I need?
yeah,
Why
Bronx
not?
porn.
Sorry, why not?
That's right. When Bronx had her problem, and I got everybody together for that, I had $17 left in my account. I gave it to her. Of course, I could have used it, but I gave it to her. She was sleeping in the subway, you guys. That's not acceptable to me. So
No.
that's how I am. That's who I am. That's who my whole family is. There's certain people that my wife has as patients that she'll bake cookies and stuff and give to that are alone now. A lot of them, their wives have passed or their husbands have passed.
Yep.
And they have nobody. Their family, it's sad to say this, but their families don't pay attention to them.
Yep. But it's true.
Oh,
Very true.
it's sad.
And do you know what's worse is these little old ladies or little old men have so much history
Mm-hmm.
that they could teach you so much. And sadly, people won't stop and talk to them. So once they pass, that history's gone.
Yeah.
Sadly, and it means very little sometimes to their own family.
It's missed very greatly.
Yeah.
There was a gentleman I used to talk to, Mr. Payette, lived next door to me for years. Not in this house, but another house we lived in. He contracted cancer. He passed away and left his wife there. I used to go sit. This gentleman was 76 years old. This was probably 17 years ago. He would sit outside of his garage.
Sherry, you are not alone, sweetheart. You might be physically alone in your home, but trust me, hun, you are far from alone.
You have all of us.
You have all of us, sweetheart. We
That's
all
a fact.
love and care about you.
That is a fact.
You're part of the family, sweetheart.
That's a fact. This gentleman would sit outside of his garage on a little stool every day. He would open his garage door and pull out a lawnmower or a weed whacker or a weed eater or a rototiller, or always would sit out there fixing these things every day. Even in the wintertime, he'd bundle up and he'd go sit out there in his little chair, and he would do that. Sometimes he'd sit inside the garage if it was cold or wind was blowing or whatever, but still. And I would go over there and sit and talk to him sometimes when he was doing it, and he would tell me story upon story upon story, and that's all he wanted, to play with his motors and his engines and to talk about his life and the things he did. And I tell you what, one day after about 3 years of this, he didn't show up outside. And that was when I found out that he had cancer. He got sick. He had to go to the hospital, and he came home from the hospital, and he's sitting outside there one day after he had been diagnosed, and he started losing weight and all that stuff. You know how that goes.
Yep.
And I went and sat down. I said, "Hey, Chet, how you doing today?" And he's like, "Well, you know this, you know the prognosis, Joe." And I said, "Yeah." He goes, "But that's all right." He goes, "I'll tell you something." He goes, "It's I'm okay with it." He goes, "I'm 76 years old. I've done everything anybody could ever want to do in their life,
Mm-hmm.
and my maker's ready for me to come home." And I said, "Well, I respect that, Chet. I understand." And I said, "But I want to tell you something." I said, "For these 3 years that I would come over here and sit and listen to these stories." I said, "I've learned a lot. I literally learned things from him too." I said, "And I appreciate that." And he goes, "No, I want to tell you something." He goes, "I appreciate you allowing me to tell you those stories because," and that's why I say it like that. He goes, "Because it makes it real for me again." He
That's
goes,
right.
76 years of this stuff, it goes away. You forget about it until somebody reminds you of it or something reminds you of it. And you get to tell those stories again because until you talk about it, it never happened.
That's
And I was
right.
like, wow, okay.
And we
He goes,
forget how hard they had it back them years
oh,
ago,
yeah,
and
yeah,
the things they did is unbelievable. And Izzy, you're amazing, sweetheart, for that. That is beautiful, and I'm glad to know he's doing good.
that's awesome, Izzy. God bless you. Welcome, Satin. Good to see you. That is amazing.
And Vicky, I understand that.
That's right, Kim. That's what I mean. That's how it happens. I mean, I remember growing up listening to stories like that. And he thanked
Mm-hmm.
me for letting him tell me those stories. And he goes, that he said those 3 years were the best 3 years he's had in years upon years because it
Yep.
reminded him of his life. And he said he basically got to relive his life and his memories telling me those stories. And now it was the end of it. And he said, I did what I needed to do. He told me I was a very good friend. He gave me some things, you know how that goes. And then,
Yep.
about a month and a half later, he was gone. And it was sad. I still miss him.
And somebody cared enough to listen to him.
And I would ask him to tell me things too, because he was
Mm-hmm.
very good storyteller. And I'm
Yep.
talking all the way back from the depression on through the Korean
Yep.
War through Vietnam. Everything he talked about was interesting to me, and it just wow, and I love listening to those stories.
Yep.
So I
Fully
just
understand that.
I hate seeing somebody older try to talk to somebody and they get irritated and walk away. That drives me insane.
Yep. I
Because guess
never
what?
not have the time, even if I'm going somewhere, I never ever will say, sorry, I can't talk. I can spend 5 minutes with you and then I'm sorry, I've got to go.
Even if it's 2 minutes just to say hi, how
Yep.
are you?
But I will not
Today.
just ignore a person, even a stranger. And I will always, when I walk past somebody, always smile at them and say, hi, how's your day?
That's right.
I'm just that person. I physically cannot walk past somebody and not acknowledge them.
Right. Yeah, I don't like that at all. I've seen people brush off elderly people, ignore them,
Mm,
tell them to leave them alone. They're busy, not right now. That's going to be
yep,
you one day. And when
that's
somebody
right.
does that to you, remember what you did to that person and how you made them feel when you feel that way. That's all I
Yep,
can say. Makes me sick to my stomach. If it wasn't for those elderly people, you wouldn't be here. You wouldn't have the things you have.
that's right.
People forget that those people built our cars and our homes and gave us the clothing that we have and helped make the money that we're circulating right now and processed our fuel. And I mean, it's disgusting. So
Plus, they're our history.
that's it.
And once they go, that history's gone. That's where we learn our history from, not just from books, but what people went through,
Yep.
where they can express the emotion that went with that and the hard times and how they felt. Unlike a book, it is real.
That's it. That's it. 100%. That's it, guys. So,
And
and
that's
I
all
can
they
almost
need.
guarantee that nobody in here.
Everybody needs, let's be honest, everybody needs to know somebody can take the time out to care.
Everybody needs
Whether
somebody.
they're old, young, or indifferent, everybody at some point needs that. At
Right.
some point, we all feel alone at some point in our
Mhm.
life. And
That
that
is a fact, and it's a
saying
bad
hello
feeling.
and stopping and talking to changes their whole outlook for the day and actually can be the difference between life or death for that person.
That's right, and that's absolutely correct, Vicky. Kitty, thank you for saying that. Books are not real, but people are.
That's right.
Books are written by people, but they're not real. People are. People
The
stories
same
are.
as phones. People need to stop walking around with their phones in front of their faces. People are 2 feet away from them.
That's right. Thank you, Vicky. That's what I'm saying. That's why I'm proud of this community. I know that everything I'm talking about in here, everybody in here knows about because you guys are the same type of people. That's why you're here.
Yep.
I know that for a fact, and you can't tell me any different. We're all
Mm-mm.
within the same age range, and we all have the same values, guys, and the same morals. And I appreciate and respect that from every one of you guys. And I thank you for that, for being who you are. That's why I say don't change the person you are because I love you for who you are. So
But that's usually what happens. What you
that's
project
understandable.
out is what you will attract. And
That's
as
right.
you've heard most of them say, they've been looking for a channel to be able to do this in,
Mm-hmm.
where they feel safe, where they can be themselves, where they excuse
That's
me, where they
and
can talk openly.
that's it. Back in February, Brandy, I think, is the only one in here that was here that long. Uh, when I built this platform, I told everybody I wanted to build a channel and a platform where anybody could come from any community they wanted. They were in any community they were in, and be just kick back and relax and enjoy what they're doing and just speak freely to a point, of course, without being disrespectful and all that. But I mean, and
Yep,
just be comfortable. And I, and that was in February. I did that, and I started building
yep,
it from there. And of course, I've had to weed people out, and I've had to change some things, yes, and that, and everything else.
yep,
But that's what I accomplished, and I'm very proud of that. And I will continue to keep this community the way it is, whether it gets any bigger or not. That's okay with me because this is
yep,
what I want, and this is what I have, and I'm very grateful for that, and all of you. So
yep. And that's what I want to do on my channel when I eventually get on there and start doing stuff.
we'll do it. We'll get it going. Whether we're
I know
here or
I'll get
there,
there.
wherever, we'll make it work.
We'll get there. I just enjoy being on here.
And we love having you here.
And I have a great friend as the host. And it just kind of meshed up,
Absolutely.
really.
That's crazy how it happened too. And
It
it was
was.
instant. I still can't get how instantaneous it was. It
No,
was instantly. It was weird.
it was.
Usually it takes some time for things like that to build.
Especially me, I can honestly say that. Like I'll speak to people, but to get very close to a person very quickly
Right.
is not me, other than my friend that I lost very much like you.
Mm-hmm.
But we are so similar. Like I say, you're the male version of me.
And vice versa.
It's
Right.
weird.
It
And
is,
we
but
just clicked.
that's it. And I'm grateful for it. Just like
Me too.
with
I
Dan,
treasure the friendship.
as do
And I'm
I.
honored to have you as what I class as a very dear close friend. You and your
Same here.
wife and your family.
Absolutely.
You mean the
Same here.
world to me. And now we're getting all mushy on you guys. And you all do. Molly, I love you. More than you know, sweetheart. You're an
That we do.
amazing lady. But
We
I
love
love
Miss
all of you.
Molly. All of you guys. That's how it was with me and Dan or Popper when he's in. He's probably listening, but he knows. The first day I streamed live, he's the only one that showed up,
Mm-hmm.
and I had two people, me and him, and one other person. I don't even know who it was. I think they were just lurking. Next day, it was the same thing until I figured it out. And he's still
I
here.
don't know.
He's still here because I like to surround myself with those kind of people.
Yep.
So
Well, see,
it's hard
that's
to
what made me laugh when you said, "Oh, I hope it didn't cross the line with your daughter," and that. And when I said no, my daughter knew who you were, because when what's funny is my daughter said to me, "Well, that's weird how you talk about Jay. He's a good friend and all the rest of it." She goes, "You've only known him a short amount of time."
a lot of people. Yeah.
And I've spoken to her about Molly and whatnot. Nothing bad, guys, but I do
Hmm.
share stuff with my daughter. We are extremely close. Anyway, when she got the the message from you, she comes in to see me and I'm laying in bed and she goes, "Mum, Joe sent me a message after he tried ringing me at 5:30 in the morning." I said, "Yeah, he hasn't counted the time difference." And she goes, "Took me 2 seconds to know who it was." But then she read your message and she goes, "Why would he think I wouldn't know who he is?"
I just, I didn't want
And then
to.
Molly sent a message and
Well, holy
of
hell, Miss
course she
Brandy.
goes, "But it was under another name." And then she writes, "Oh, by the way, it's Molly." And she goes, "That took
Right.
me a minute." But it tickled
Thank
her.
you
She
so much.
was really touched by it.
Well, and I was so grateful because some people don't react that way. Some people are like, "Who are you?" And I didn't know the dynamic, you know. And
Yeah, no.
so, but I was grateful that she responded. Like I said, that was on my birthday. After I ended the stream, immediately I looked down. There's a message, and I'm like, "Thank God." Because I, at that point, Lisa, you can ask everybody in here. I was shook. I really was because it had been like 7, 8 days, and I'm like, okay, what in God's name is going on? No response, no nothing. I was literally petrified, and I hate that. I don't even want to talk about it. I was thinking the absolute worst. And I'm thinking, I can't deal with this. I'm not going to deal with this. If this is just not, no, 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 no. And she said that, and I literally jumped up and down like a little kid and said, "Thank you, Jesus." My wife was like, "What is your problem?" I said, Lisa's daughter messaged me and said that she's a good. She was like, "Oh, thank God," because she knows about you. So does everybody else.
Yeah.
Um, and she was even asking, like, "Where is she? Is she okay? Have you heard from her?" This, that. I mean, that's how we are, you know. So yeah, but I'm still grateful that
You
she
guys are just truly
responded.
amazing. And I was really touched when she told me. I was really touched. And then all of a sudden I started crying and she goes, "Oh no, I didn't tell you to start you crying. Oh, Mum, I'm so sorry." I said, "No, it's all right."
Yeah, everybody in here
But
literally was
thank
like,
you
"Hey,
all.
thank you so much, Miss Brandy. I appreciate that, and Merry Christmas to you, my dear."
It's
Um,
Brandy.
if I can get this to work. And yeah, they were all messaging, "CC, what's up, my dear? Thank you for joining us today." Everybody was like,
CC, darling.
have you heard from Lisa? Do you know anything yet? Do you know anything?" And I was back and forth through my phone and in here. Everybody was asking. So
I
everybody in here
know
loves you
CC
just as
sent me a
much.
message too.
Yeah, she said she was going to.
Thank you, sweetheart. You're all
We were
amazing people.
we were all so very worried
You're all
there.
my type of people, and I love you all dearly.
There we go. Thank you, Miss Brandy, once again. That's beautiful of you.
Not on that other channel, Kitty.
I'll be right
Oh,
back.
okay.
Yeah, I already know what she's talking about. I'll be right back.
Yeah, yeah. I got it. I got it. I got it. I got. Sorry, guys. Feeling a little happy today, and I hope you are. I know, CC, and I'm so sorry, darling. If there was any way I could get out of bed, and then I ended up in hospital, and then my jaw locked because I kept vomiting. Then they'd send me home, and I'd start vomiting again. Sweetheart, if there was any way I could make the 4-foot walk to my computer, just to let you know, I would have. Trust me. But I never even thought to get my daughter to actually put it on Facebook or message Joe. Didn't even think about it. Not that I was thinking, but I am so sorry for worrying you. But you truly have all touched my heart. You're just exceptional, outstanding people who, like I said, I think the world of all of you. I'm so blessed to chat and speak to all of you. Truly amazing. And this is what I don't understand. Why would, and I've got to say this, why anybody running the channel would ever feel the need to abuse their audience or treat them the wrong way is beyond me. I feel nothing without you guys. You guys, I get so much from each and every one of you.
We wouldn't be here. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for you guys.
No, neither would I.
That's a fact. I would not be here every day doing this if you guys weren't here. Therefore, that's why I fully interact with every one of you throughout my entire stream, because the stream is done for you. I'm not doing it for me. I mean, I enjoy it, but you know what I'm saying. I'll never understand it.
But that's the way I say it. My channel's not mine. It's theirs too.
Right. And that's why I asked them, do you guys want me to do this? Do you want me to do it this way? How would you want me to do that?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Yep. Oh, thank you, Seabreeze.
Very, very, very true.
Thank you, Vicky.
See?
I am so glad that I am better and I'm back on here, because I truly missed you guys. Like I said yesterday, you're my sanity. As strange as it might seem.
That's true, Kitty. Very true. Very true. And you know what I got to tell you guys? I'm going to go on and on and on about this. But I've noticed, like, some of you guys, a lot of you guys, even the people that are still kind of newer, are here every time I'm live. Every time. Some of you guys can't be. I understand that. You know, that's fine. I don't expect any of you to do that. It's fine, Molly. No, Molly, don't worry about it. But some of you, like Daisy and Molly, Cece, Sherry, both Sherrys, April, Kat, Izzy, all you guys are here every single time I'm live, regardless of whether it's going to be boring or, because it's been boring, guys. I know it's been boring. I'm not like entertainer of the year. I know that, but it's like, you don't understand how that makes me feel, knowing that you guys look forward to coming in here to talk to me.
Yeah,
that's an amazing feeling, and to see your guys' names every single time I'm live, it's amazing, and you have no idea how much I appreciate that. Sometimes work happens and your lives happen, and I've always told you guys, real life is more important than me. But you know, that's for the most part, I got a house full of meatballs on a daily basis, guys, and I can't I can't complain. And I love it. I absolutely love it. That's why I said it's like a family to me, because I know for a fact, and that's okay, Kitty. I understand that. Like, I have quite a few of you guys that are overseas, and you're still in here when you can be. You know what I mean? But all Daisy and Squirrel and April and Sherry and Seabree, all you guys are here every time I'm live. It amazes me. It really does, because I really never thought that I was that interesting, that I could draw people to talk to me on a daily basis.
And that's what makes it, Pamela. That we can be personal and we can empathize and understand each other.
Yeah.
We can share with each other and we feel comfortable with each other. We might be on a channel. You guys might be able to see us. We can't see you. But we get the emotion in what you're writing in chat.
That's it. That's why I interact with the chat. I'll never understand, and I'm not downing any other creators by any means, okay? By any means am I doing it, but I will never understand why do you have a chat if you're not going to talk to them?
That's right.
I don't get that. I've never understood that.
No,
The
I
chat
don't either.
the chat are the people that are in here to watch the channel. So why would you not want to talk with them? Because that's what this is all about. So that's why
That's
my
the way
channel.
I feel. If your channel gets that big that you need to ignore your audience and not
No,
interact with them, you need to reassess,
if you're here, there's
because
not.
them people is what made your channel that big.
That's right, and I
And
don't
you
know.
should always be loyal to the ones that were there at the start, that have stuck by you, that have given you constructive criticism and helped you through the bad times and the good times.
Thank you, Seabreeze. Here's the thing, guys. I'll never accept that excuse as a reason for not interacting with your people, because if you're, I don't care if my channel has 5 million people in it, okay? Then guess what? I'm gonna have 2.5 million moderators then, because as long as I can keep moderators in here, that will keep me alive and will help me with my people. That's how that works. That's why I have so many moderators, guys, so that people can say, hey, and they can handle something if I'm not paying attention at that moment or get my attention. That's why I'm linked through Twitter and Messenger and Facebook and everything else with these guys, so that they can message me too. I keep in full contact with everybody, and that's how. It's hard sometimes because there are so many people and it's getting bigger, but it's never going to change, you guys. I don't care how many people are in here. I'll be the only channel that has 2.5 million moderators. I don't care.
Look at that. When I started my channel, I made you a moderator.
Right.
Before we really got to know each other, which took a split second, and a few others that come in. The people that have been there, they will always remain my moderators now.
No, Daisy, I don't. And my moderators don't want to run me. My moderators are all well respected, mature, intelligent people that are here for the same reasons that everybody else and I am here for. They don't want to run me. They don't want to run my channel. They just want to be in here and have the same things that we all want. Okay, that's why they do such a great job, because they know. And there's a couple people, that don't put up with things at all. Brandy and a couple other moderators that you don't ever see. You guys don't, very rarely do you see Popper, but he always sees all of you guys, and so does Rachel. They're always watching, and Pookie's always watching. They're always watching. And they're moderators because they watch things that happen before I see things happen, and they keep it clean in here. That's why. So I know what you're saying, Daisy. I caught it. But that's why it stays the way it does. So you know what I mean? And every now and then we get a troll or something. Somebody will block it, or what the heck is that? Oh, hold on, everybody. 1 second.
Somebody calling you. All right. Okay, Vicky, I'm going to put my link in the chat, hun. I'm just getting it for you. Okay. Paste. There you go, love. It's crimes under investigation, but I've just put the link in there for you. Thanks. Sorry, guys. All right. work that out. Mods. I picked some pretty good mods, and I feel
All right.
if
I'm back.
somebody causes trouble in my channel or disrespects somebody, yes, my mods had the right to remove them.
Right.
Izzy,
Did
that's right.
you?
You should be able to have an opinion
I can't.
and not feel like you're going to be blocked or booted. Yep, true, Daisy. Very true. But I will not have new people come into my channel, and yes, they can have an opinion, but if they disagree with somebody else's opinion and then start attacking them, no, we'll not tolerate that. They can constructively criticize or put their opinion forward, but we're all adults. It's okay to agree to disagree. None of us know whether we're right.
Maybe when you're done.
Did you see a private chat, Lisa?
Oh, no, sorry, Matt.
I was just responding to you.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, absolutely. And you don't have to ask me stuff like that, just so you know. That's just a given. That is just a given.
Thank you, hon.
David James, my brother. Good to see you, sir. Welcome, welcome, welcome.
David, haven't seen you for a
Aussies
while
in here
because I
now.
haven't been on here.
We're being invaded by the Aussies, guys.
Hi, David. My brother from my
other
Aussie
side.
brother.
Right.
No, my Aussie brother. I just lost train of thought then. Sorry.
We're being invaded by the Aussies.
I'm sorry,
guys.
David. David just tries to get me into trouble with his comments and leaves them to me to explain.
David is a trip. That's why he's my brother. I love him to death. He states his facts. He's right there. He doesn't care what anybody thinks either. That's why I love it. But he's about one of the most honest people. And again, another great person for this community because he's so giving and heartfelt. But he's also taking no shit from anybody either. That's what I love about him.
I know. Do you know what's funny, David? I got to tell you this. I was telling my daughter about, you know, how you were saying you wanted to come over here, Joe, and I was talking about the raining spiders and all the rest of it. So then I was telling my daughter about David piking up and going, "Oh, it rains snakes here," and your reaction.
Yes.
She was killing herself laughing. Then I was telling her about the other stuff David said, all Aussie stuff, you know. And she goes, "Oh, he's good at saying something and then dropping it and then leaving you to explain."
One second, everybody.
You're right. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm losing things. Oh, no, there it is. Yes, Sherry, they do. There are channels like that, very quick to do that too, sadly. Or the creator, and I have seen this, will turn around and say, "Oh, look at the clown, oh, you idiots. What's next? The aliens come," etc., etc. There is no need to degrade a person because their opinion is different to yours. Most of the time, none of us are right.
I got it. That's funny. What's up, Mike? I don't even think I said anything to you earlier, brother. Sorry about that. Yeah, I know you're always
Kitty,
listening.
you're welcome to come to Aussie. Love would love to have you here.
Well, I was gonna go, not no more. I'm good. I'll look at the pictures. No, I'm just kidding. I'm still gonna go one of these days. I love it. I've always wanted to go since I was 10 years old. Um, you want to know something stupid? This is so ridiculous. When I realized I wanted to go to Australia, it was the first time I watched
Thanks,
Crocodile
David.
Dundee. And when I seen that movie, I'm like, that is so cool. And I've always loved the Australian accent. And seeing pictures of like the outback and the animals and this and that and all the crazy stuff and all that, it's like, God, that's so crazy. And then I said, as I got older, I started seeing like the ocean and the reefs and the sand and the beaches and the plant, all the foliage and all of it came together, and it was just like, I've always loved Australia, always, everything about it. So one of these days it's gonna happen, if nothing
But
else, with you two.
where David is, he's got a lot bluer and better beaches than what we have here in Victoria. Trust me.
Oh yeah,
Most other states have better beaches than what we do in Victoria.
I went all through Perth one day on here and was searching it out, and he was showing me this, that, and telling me about, and I fell in love. I mean, it's beautiful. Even though Victoria is, even compared to where we live over here, guy, Victoria is even beautiful over there compared to what it is here. So I mean, it's amazing. So one day I'll make it. I may be wrapped in a bubble and have a shotgun in each hand, but I'll be there.
Carry an umbrella for the raining snakes and spiders. You'll be good.
I'm not even going to talk about that again. I'm not going to do it. I had my entire household laughing. My mother-in-law, my wife, my son, both my sons, they were dying when I was telling them about my reaction to that. And my wife was like, "They got what?" I said, raining snakes and spiders. And I was like, yeah. She said, "Get the hell out of here." She has a fear of snakes and spiders, not just spiders. The ocean.
Look, spiders, as you know, I have arachnophobia, but they don't actually just rain and fall on you. They kind of glide through the air.
That's worse. That's worse.
One has not landed on me yet, okay?
My luck, they'd all land on me at one time. And I'd have, nope, not going to happen. See, I was just saying how we don't get trolls in here, and we got one. How about that?
I just noticed that, actually. How bizarre.
It is what it is.
Why don't you think they will let you in, Kitty? Was it Kitty?
She already lives. I think Kitty's in the Netherlands anyway, so.
But she say she would love to come here, but she doesn't think they will let her in. I'll let you in, Kitty.
Yeah. So right now it's becoming summer over there, isn't it, Lisa?
Well, it was supposed to be summer, like the end of September, start of October. We should have started getting warm. But today, as I was explaining, yesterday morning, I'll rephrase that, when I looked out the window and went, oh my God, the sun's out. Hasn't been out since Jesus wore diapers. Honest to God, it has not been warm here since last year.
That's how it is in Ohio, right? Well, I didn't understand
that. And by
that.
now, it should be warmer. Like, we should have been warm right through October. We're in December and we got our first warm day. So, and it turned out to be such a gorgeous day yesterday. And today's going to be hotter. Yes.
See,
I
didn't get it. Me and David were talking back in like May. It was May, and he was like, yeah, it's getting winter's starting. And I was like, wait, what? It was beginning summer for us, or spring, and he said, yeah, it's our winter months. We're completely opposite, you guys. And I was like,
yep,
duh, we're on the opposite side of the planet, so yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, it's summer.
Kitty, depends on how long ago or how old that past is, sweetheart. I think after 10 years, depending on what it was, you probably find that you're good, hun.
So how far are you actually from? Like how? I'm not real familiar with the Netherlands. How far is that from Australia?
An
Funny
airplane
that
right
you're
away.
that. I was really good at geography, and I've never really paid
I'm no good.
attention. And wait a minute, who said that? Let me back
Is
up.
it Kim? Yes, sweetheart. Here where I am in the country, that is true. It rains spiders, if that's
We
what
do
you
have
want to call
flying
it.
squirrels
So
here.
the huntsmen
Wait,
will
stop.
glide through the summer breeze, and the next minute your car's covered in cobwebs. The same as cobwebs will float around, and you'll just drive down the road and your whole car is covered in cobwebs, and they're hanging off trees and fences and everything. I should get a video for you and just video all the cobwebs and I
No,
said
you
cobwebs,
shouldn't.
not spiders.
No, you shouldn't get a video of that. I don't want to see it.
As for raining
You can do
snakes,
it
not
for
where
me.
I am, but David said where he is.
Yeah. Wait, and you said don't spiders do that everywhere? What the hell are you talking about, Daisy? Where do you live? I ain't never had no flying spiders around here. And if you're, I'm staying away from wherever you live. If you, because you live in the United States, so flying huntsman, hell no, Daisy. Nope. Not nope, but hell no. Them are the nastiest spiders I ever seen in my life.
You don't
Ugh.
have huntsmen in the USA, do you?
No, we don't,
I
and
didn't
that's
think you
they
guys
can
have
stay over
huntsmen.
there. Nope, because I wouldn't live here anymore.
David should take you out to show you a bird-eating spider.
No. If a spider can eat a bird, get the hell out of here. Nope. No. Nope.
Well, you see, my brother went out Western Australia to put a tower up when he was a truck driver for Andrew Antennas many moons ago. And he climbs up the tower and he's doing the dish up on the tower. And the next minute he looks across from him. Honest to God, I swear on my life about this. He looks across and there's this big, huge spider. He's not he doesn't have arachnophobia, but he is frightened of spiders.
You don't have to have a arachnophobia over there.
So he starts climbing down the tower and the spider's climbing down on the other side with him. Nope. And then the spider coming around the tower. So my brother's going around. So all the way down, him and this spider are going around the tower. When he gets to the ground, he decides he can make a run to his truck. This spider, he said, was the most biggest spider I've ever seen, and it was screaming at him. So he gets to the ground and he hoofs it to the truck. And the spider's running after him, goes to open the door on the truck, but he's locked it. So he's dived on the back of his truck, and the next minute the spiders ran up the back of the truck on the tray. So he's dived over the other side. Mind you, the whole time the guy that was doing the lead car for the oversized truck is locked in his car, killing himself, laughing at my brother. It went on for an hour. This spider just chased him around his truck. In the end, his driver decided to help him. That was it. He never did that job again, never.
And you said the spider was screaming at him.
Yeah, it was screaming and hissing at him.
He could hear it?
Yep.
Oh, hell no. No way. Nope.
Yeah, I think I would have passed. I would have fallen off of there.
You think?
I would have just fell off the tower, but no, he said this spider just mimicked every move he made.
Nope.
But I do get the giggles thinking about it.
Never in my life. No. Yeah.
But he said this Not just that, but when the spider up and ran after him, it wasn't on all 8 legs. It picked its 2 front legs up and was like it was running on its back legs. The way he described it was unbelievable, but it really shook him up.
It was in attack mode is what it was. It was about to eat him.
Yep.
Oh, hell no. What the hell? See, this is why I'm not coming to Australia. Because
but that was
I'm
right
that guy.
up past Ayers Rock.
I'm the guy that would be on the phone calling the police on a spider. I'm telling you. Right
Sorry,
now.
Molly.
Nope. Nope. That spider. Because I ain't going to be fighting it. That's unbelievable. Yeah, I ain't got to worry about sleeping for the next month. I'll be good now.
The good part about it was, like, I was 17 when that happened, and he asked me to go on the truck with him because I worked for the same company as a secretary then. And he asked his boss if I could go up there with him. And I was going to go, and then I decided, no, I'm not going to go. Thank God I didn't, because that would have been the end of me. Sorry.
Okay, here's the problem with this whole thing right here. Okay. Where'd it go?
Maybe the spider needed to
If
tell
I
him
ever
something.
heard, I'm right. Daisy, me and Daisy are on the same 100% on the same page. If I ever heard, excuse my language, everybody, if I ever heard a fucking spider hiss at me, I'm out. I'm leaving the country, guys. If it's big enough that it can hiss and you can hear the damn thing, bye. Out. See ya.
Oh no, huntsmen scream. Huntsmen's literally scream like a woman being murdered in the bush. Honest to God, I never knew that, but when I was about 8, we had a big huntsman on the dog kennels, and my brother and I and my sister were throwing rocks at it, and it screamed. It took us a good 20 minutes to realize it was the spider screaming at us. And it is a deafening scream, I might add. He probably was in pain because I hit him with rocks.
Kitty, I don't care if he was in pain or not. He should be in pain. They should not exist. Oh my God. I can't do this. I got chills right now.
I'm sorry.
I gotta look this up. I gotta see this real quick. I can't do it. I'm scared to death right now. I can't even look.
Kids
Oh
have
my
heard
God.
huntsman scream. I've only ever heard it probably 3 or 4 times in my whole life. Hello, beautiful girl.
You're not supposed to be doing that. Now, come on.
That's why I thought I'd say something to let you
Right.
know. Cat's laughing about your face, the look on your face. Well, now you know why Paul Hogan walked around with a knife. It wasn't really for the crocodiles. A whole new level of horror. Sorry, Daisy. I had to tell you that story about the spider because it was the one time I've ever seen my brother really frightened. And like he come back 5 days later and he was still pretty shook up. I see a hissing spider in my house. I'm moving. I came across a huntsman specimen that was framed. I was meant to pick it up that week. Antique store owner knocked it down when cleaning. Oh no. Yep, that is not me. Vacuum cleaner. Yeah, it's not my concern either, Vicky. I'd rather it be in pain to me. But I use a vacuum cleaner.
Nope. Nope.
Thanks,
Nope.
Joe.
Nope. Listen, guys. Listen carefully. Now you can hear this thing. Listen. Hold on. Here it comes. Listen.
I have you head, Mitch. Mitchell, the huntsman whisperer.
That was him.
I don't want to hear that.
Yep.
I don't want to hear that.
That one's been very polite.
You
He's
have
very
to-
quiet.
Let me get him.
Yeah.
Yeah, about it.
Tell me I
Let me get him.
You hear him?
Oh, he's so scared.
He's only
I don't know
little.
if he's scared or not.
He's only little. He's game because there's no way I'm
only-
getting
yeah.
that close to one. I get the extension pole on the vacuum cleaner if my daughter's not here and suck it up the vacuum cleaner. Then I tape all the end of the vacuum cleaner up and put it out on the back deck.
And you guys can get these in your damn cars. Oh my god.
Papa.
Oh my god.
Papa. I'm
Cat, I am not scared of spiders, but spiders on steroids I am scared of. It's the best way to do it, Vicky.
I can't.
The same as if I miss it, I am not going back in that room until somebody's gone in there and found it and killed it.
These things jump, you guys. And I mean jump like bounce. Okay?
Yeah, huntsmans do.
No.
They do
no.
jump at you, the same as they'll run after you.
Yeah. Watch this crap. Yeah, why do they chase something that's that big? Is there that? No. No. Okay, watch this one. And you can hear this thing screaming.
Bet he'll never do that again.
Nope.
Why are you punishing yourself?
I couldn't believe that they could jump. It jumped straight up. Nope.
Well, I wasn't going to tell you that. When you consider they float through, they glide through the air at certain times of the year, you would have to know they can jump.
I'm gonna have nightmares.
I didn't tell you about the one we were sitting out in the backyard on the back porch, my daughter and I, a few weeks ago, and we hear this thud, and both of us look on the porch ground, and one of them had floated in and then fell and hit the deck. Must have knocked itself out. But my God, the thud it made.
No.
We were just looking at each other like, where did that come from? Giant can of raid.
Nope.
Unfortunately, April, half the time the insect spray doesn't kill them.
Look at him. I wouldn't imagine a blowtorch could kill him.
Vacuum cleaner does.
Why did God invent these things?
But I had the house spray. We get the house sprayed all the time.
What, why? How do you live there?
Quite easy.
No.
Doesn't matter where you live, you're going to come across a huntsman sooner or later.
My house would be triple coated in
No, Sherry, they're not poisonous, love.
No, they're not.
Actually,
but
the
there is-
most venomous spider in the world is actually a daddy longlegs. However, they can't break your skin.
they can't penetrate, right? I was
That's
like,
right.
those are the only ones I'm not afraid of, to be honest with you.
Me neither.
I can't believe that thing jumped
And
on
it's
him.
funny because everybody will kill them and get rid of them, but they kill all the big spiders.
They are the big spiders. What are you talking about?
No, the daddy longlegs. People will get rid of them in their houses and kill them, but in actual fact, they kill the big spiders.
No, I don't mess with daddy long legs unless they're
Lisa
really
lives on an island she can't leave. No, I don't, Kitty.
No way. You guys are nuts. God bless you, both of you. You and David, I don't know how you do it. I'd have a gun on me 24/7. I'd be shooting at spiders. Seriously. Get lunged. See, when they do that, no. Wait, they laugh aloud. Hold on a minute.
They will.
Sprayed at one.
My
and it
stepdaughter
went off the wall.
went in, sprayed at one.
Are you in
and it
Australia too,
lunged off
Daisy?
the wall.
Are you in Australia too, Daisy? Yeah, I don't mess with daddy long legs unless they're like crawling on me. I would burn the house down. I would burn my house down.
Burning down the house.
I absolutely would burn the house down.
Don't go to that extreme. Just keep a vacuum cleaner handy, right outside your door.
No, how did
the trouble is? I can be in a pitch black room, and I will spot them in a pitch black room.
That's because they're as big as a damn sandwich. If you can't see something that big move in a dark room, I couldn't be in it. My house would never be dark, ever.
See, now Vicky's reconsidered coming to Australia too. See what you've done?
I didn't do it. You're the one telling us about these mutated monsters. I'll be an arsonist if it takes me saving myself from one of these stupid-ass spiders. Plate-sized wolf spiders. Oh, no, Daisy, no. See? And they do bite. I've been bit by one, and that's why I have fear of spiders, period, because I had one that big on my chest when I was 12 years old camping. I woke up to it, and I couldn't even scream, guys. It was pathetic. And they're beefy and hairy and gross, and they carry babies on them. I killed one in my garage a month ago, and I was looking at it, and I couldn't figure out why it looked funny. It looked like it had a little tree bark on its back. It was about that big, and the butt on it was about like that. So I grab a broom and I go to smack the damn thing, and 35 of them took off running, and there were babies on its mama's back. And I'm like, you son of a bitch. And I'm doing the happy dance all over the place, trying to dance on these things. Spiders are bad. Why do you make spiders? I don't understand it. I don't like them.
That's the same reason I have arachnophobia, because we went away to Adelaide and come home, and I climbed into bed, and a huntsman had got in my bed and had its babies. And I'm like, God, I'm itchy and I'm scratching, and I flick the blankets back and I'm covered in them. Absolutely. So I'm screaming, freaking out. So my father comes in and belts me and then throws me in a cold shower. There were just hundreds of them. So, yes, I do have a genuine arachnophobia, guys.
So do I. They are way too big. Listen, somebody was doing one of their Facebook things back in about 10 years ago. And yeah, the camel spiders, I don't even talk about those, Daisy. And they photoshopped a picture of a huntsman spider on the side of a house. It was the size of a car. And I'm looking at this thing going, there's no way in God's green earth this is real. This can't be real. If this thing exists, I don't need to exist anymore. I can't live on the same planet as something that big. I just can't. And thank God it was just a Photoshop. Somebody, I mean, it was probably about a quarter of that size. It was still about that big. And no,
Sorry,
no,
T. He
Yeah.
started it.
I'm gonna have nightmares myself, T. So don't worry about it. I can't think about it. You never heard of a huntsman sea breeze? Oh God, I'm sorry. Actually, you want to know something? There is a spider in Australia, and it's not even that big. It's still big, but it's not as big as a huntsman. And it's super deadly.
Mhm.
The one I saw was about that big. Black, brown, fuzzy, nasty looking thing. What is it called, Lisa? It's a
Are
deadly
we
spider.
talking about a trapdoor spider, which is deadly?
Yes. Yes. That was it. Trapdoor spider.
Yep.
Nope. No way. Like,
My mum used to play with them when she was a kid.
why?
She used to go and stick sticks in their trapdoors because they go underground, but they literally have a door where they bury underground, and
Yeah.
it's on a flat. And my mum
Well,
used to go there and poke sticks on the trapdoor and knock on it, but they jump out and just attack. You know, if you remember the old skull where you'd save, put money in it, and that skull hand would go. Well, these things are so fast, but Mum used to go out there and torment them all.
that's crazy. What's up, Schmooby? Good to see you, my dear. Thanks for joining us. Yeah, see, I watched a video. I think David turned me on to that and told me about these trapdoor things.
Mm-hmm.
And one had gotten into somebody's house. So I watched this video. This guy got bit by this thing, like right here. Okay.
Yep.
And like within 20 minutes, it was like that, and it was going up his arm, and it bulged out. It got all like nasty and shit. They're not a joke, guys.
All right. You're all going to hate me for this.
She's got one in. Where'd you go? What happened? Lisa.
Sorry, I hit the wrong button. You're going to hate me for this, but you know the bird-eating spider?
Uh-huh.
I got to do it for you.
How did we get on this?
You started it.
I didn't. Ah!
Yeah.
That's a lot.
I'm joking. See the size of them? Like, okay.
Oh my God. That's
This
a
is
cat.
similar to what chased my brother down the tower.
That's the size of a cat or a dog. Is that real?
Yeah, they're real.
Nope. You're not looking at me. Don't look at me.
They're in the
I'm
outback.
not looking at them eyeballs. Sorry. No. There we go.
Anyway, I can't anymore. That's it. I'm done.
I can't. Look, them things look like they ride motorcycles and shit by themselves, guys. I ain't doing that. Jesus is right.
But now you understand what I meant by one chased him down the
Yeah, that's not what I was expecting. I thought you were talking about it, like a one the huntsman. That thing was like what you just showed me was the size of a cat.
Yep.
No. Nope.
They're huge. Well, consider they can eat birds. Because they put their webs across the trees and the birds hit the web and they...
Sorry.
Sorry, Smoothie. I'm so sorry. If my ears are burning today, I'll understand why. But I kind of creeped myself out with that.
Yeah, no, I'm looking all over my house now for my little itty bitty weird ass spiders.
The good part is them ones are nowhere near me. They're in a total different state. But then you had this thought of, could you imagine running through there and you just run into one?
No,
Now I'm freaking myself out.
no. I can't imagine the day that you told me that you had one sitting on your computer monitor and you just went and grabbed the vacuum and said, no, I'd be out of the house. And
Yeah, no,
you'd see. No.
no, I don't have to go anywhere near it. Just plug the vacuum cleaner in, use the extension dingo, and tape it up.
No. And then you got to worry about
Yes,
it.
I know that, Cece. Hey,
You got to take it out. Spiders like to hide in tree. My tree is not real. Damn it, Cece. My tree's fake. Although we did find when I put this tree up, yeah, they jump a lot, Vicky. Hit it, big kitty. It's the size of a cat. What are you going to hit it with, a baseball bat? Yeah, they
I
don't
think
even
that thing would rip the baseball bat out of your hand and hit your back.
exactly and hit you back with it. I said
That thing would frighten me because I'd be scared if I went to sleep. One of them would just pick me up and carry me out.
Stop.
That gives me the
Anyway, why did you start this?
I didn't mean to.
And see, what's worse is we got the Christmas tree out the shed as well as this one. We get to the back porch, so I'd flip the box over and just dropped it on the ground.
Mm-hmm.
And my daughter's poking at it. And then the other tree, the big one, I took inside and just unwrapped it and started pulling it out. And as I put the third part on, I went, oh, I didn't check it for spiders. Thank God there was none in it.
The one that's behind me, when we took it out of the attic, there was about that big, just a little yellow house spider on it. But I put my hand on it as I was putting it up. I went like this and stuck my hand to push the top post down. And when I did, I felt this, and I was like, "Wah!" And I screamed and jumped and ran. And it was literally only that big, and it was a little yellow house spider. But they're still creepy too. Anything. So
Actually, the worst one I've had was we took the rugs off the horses, and then late that night or late in the evening, before it got really dark, I put Billy's rug over my shoulder, was carrying it up to the paddock to him, and dropped it on the ground and opened it to turn it around the right way to throw it on him. And my daughter and I are just spreading it out, and there's this, probably one of the biggest ones I'd seen for a long time, just sitting right on the part where I had it sitting on my shoulder. And of course, I ran. I said to my daughter, that's it. It's all yours. I'm done.
you dropped the rug, right?
Yep. Dropped the rug on the ground. But it was only after we put the rug on the ground and I opened it up that we saw it. But it was sitting right on the flap that was sitting on my shoulder. I'm not really that brave, Vicky. Trust me. Like I said, I do have arachnophobia. But if I'm backed in the corner, I've got to do what I've got to do.
Okay, so what, Molly? That's how I run and scream when I see a spider. And wait, what is
I
that?
scream too. Trust me, I run and scream. Most of the time I get my daughter to be the brave one.
I'll tell you right now, one place I'm glad that I don't live is like down in Africa and
Oh, yeah.
in certain Asian countries. I've seen some things down there that no, it
Yep.
don't even make sense. And they're not necessarily always spiders. Just make sure that, yeah, I need a cigarette too. Every time I think about this, I need a cigarette. As long as the spiders ain't asking you for cigarettes, you're good. Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I've seen some shit down like third world countries that don't make no sense at all.
Yep.
I've watched guys pull like snakes out of holes, like anaconda snakes out of holes that are this big around, that eat people, and spiders that are this big that jump on
Yep.
people's faces,
No.
and animals that I've never even heard of before that don't make no
Yeah.
sense to me. So yeah, I'm good. I'm glad I'm living boring ass Ohio that I ain't got to deal with that shit because I know exactly what I got going on here. And it ain't gonna change. So I'm happy with that.
Yeah, that's why I reckon I was never born there or had to live in any of them places. I wouldn't survive.
Shoot, guys, I'll be right back. I'm sorry.
You're right. Sorry, guys. He started it. Not me. I'm going to give myself nightmares. And you watch today, I'll come across one because I've been talking about it. It's always the way it goes. Glad you're in the UK. Cold. Sadly, here when it's cold, they want to come inside. I can't do both run and scream. I just skip out of my skin. Yeah, me too, Smoothie, I must admit. You're going to put water in them. You know, Izzy, tell you something about huntsman's and water. So my horse trough, there was a huntsman in the bottom of it because the horses weren't in that paddock. So my daughter and I went to empty the trough, and I said to my daughter, she goes, "Oh, Mum, don't worry about the huntsman in it. It's been in there for 2 weeks." And I said to her, "I bet you it's not dead."
Oh God, this story.
Course it is, she says. It's been there for 2 weeks. It's drowned. Hasn't moved. Okay. So she tips it up. Out goes the water and the spider, and the spider's off. So we were talking to the exterminator to see if he knew how long spiders or huntsman lives underwater. Do you know, nobody knew. So then we looked it up, and they actually, all that fur they have on them, when they go underwater, they put little air bubbles all over their fur, and they lower their heart rate and everything, and they suck them little air bubbles off their fur, so they can last underwater for quite some time.
Nope.
And all the times I felt safe if I had water around me. I learnt after that, no, doesn't
Thank
work.
you, Kitty. Thank you very much. Whoa, what are you talking about there, Smoothie? That just did not come off right. Not at all. I just looked down and went, okay. Oh, I love you. I love you. Oh, man, that was great. I know exactly what she meant, but I know the way I looked at it at first. Hey, what? Yeah, we're not gonna say a word, guys. I'm just saying I seen it and went, okay. And then I realized what we were talking about again. That was funny though. I love it. I love it.
Good on you.
That was great.
That just topped my day.
Yeah, you gotta shake them boots out. I do that all the time. Listen, guys,
Put your boots inside each other.
Mm-hmm.
That's what we do. Put boots inside each other.
I stuck we had a set of like duck boots, industrial, like commercial size for men. They're waterproof, and they were in my garage like over like a period of about 6 months,
Mm-hmm.
and brought them in for the winter and was going to put them on, and I stuck my foot inside, and 3 mice ran out of it. 3 mice, little, they were this big, they were tiny little itty bitty things, but still they ran out. So I invaded their house. So yeah, I shake boots out or shoes before I put anything on,
Yeah.
especially around here where we live, because we have the brown recluse or any recluse spiders, and those things are dangerous. They like
Yep.
dark places, and so I shake clothes and boots and everything up when I pull them out of closets that I haven't been touched in a while.
Yeah,
So
we get a lot of field mice here, but we also have big rats.
yeah, we get field mice. We got big field mice. I mean,
Yeah.
I live next to a dry pond, so like they come up in. I got 2 cats outside that come in and out, and they bring me all sorts of gifts, usually daily.
Yep. It's
Free
funny
wine.
because the horse feed, where I keep the horse feed, which is in a old freezer,
They like that kind of
so
stuff.
it seals.
Yeah.
But there was one side that wasn't quite meeting, and there's nothing like lifting the lid up and you open the bag up and go to put food in the bucket for the horse, and there's this big rat that just jumped out at you,
Oh,
or
hell.
a few mice. But we fixed it now. Thank God.
Mm.
Not
Yeah,
that I'm scared of them. It's just when they jump at you and go, because they'll entangle in your hair and everything.
yeah, they can jump 6 feet around here. At least I know
Yeah.
that a rat can jump
Yep.
6 foot, and we get these gross ass. Not so much out here, but when I lived in the city, I've seen them. We get these big ass. They walk down the street like they're going out with the family or something.
Yeah.
Giant river rats and shit that are the size of small cats, you know. And it's like, good God, no. And they carry all sorts of disease and shit. So, I don't like them ones. The little mices, you know, they're little itty bitty tiny things. They don't. I kind of feel bad for them because my cats destroy them quickly. But
Yeah, I've got to show you my dog now. She's been clipped.
thank you, Schmooby. Appreciate that, my dear. I will be going to my happy place, Kim, later. I have to because I can't be thinking about this. Oh,
See,
there
now
she
she
is.
looks like a lady, not like
There
a
she
boy,
is.
because she's
She
all
got a
been
haircut.
clipped.
Yep, she got a haircut. She's a cutie. She looks irritated right now, like, Mom, why are you shoving me up in this people's face?
Because I took her out from under the blankets. Mind you, she's overheating.
She was
But
sleeping.
every time she gets clipped, she's got to hide under the blankets for a little while.
Yeah.
But
She's
she looks so
adorable.
much better when she's clipped.
We can see your eyeballs, sweetie.
See, you don't look like a male anymore, do you? Hey?
She's cute.
But
She's cute.
even size difference, she's a lot smaller now.
Oh yeah, she had a lot
Hey?
of hair.
Oh,
cut.
yeah,
Listen, my one.
She's like shearing a sheep.
I have 2 Somalian Maine Coon cats, and one, the older one, he's huge. Oliver. I'll have to get pictures and show you guys. But excuse me. Not last summer, but the summer before. It was like squelching hot. It was ridiculous, and he kept getting, because he likes to run into the woods and go hunting and doing this and doing that, chase squirrels, rip their asses out. He's nuts. Something wrong with him. He left me a squirrel ass on my porch with a tail attached to it one day, and I'm like, "Where's the rest of it?" I just looked at him. He's looking at me like, "Well, I don't know. What do you want me to do?" I'm like, "Thanks, good job," you know. But anyway, like he kept getting his hair all matted, bad, like dreadlocked and everything, and it's like, nah. So I went and shaved him like you would that, like you did your dog. And when
Yep.
I had fun with it as I was clipping him, because he lets me do whatever I want to him. He looked like a little baby lion. It was hilarious. He had a big rope around his neck and around his tail, and everything else was shaved off. It was hilarious. And he hated it, like for the first week, because he's so used to having all that fur. So he'd go to lay down on something, and he'd jump up real quick because he'd feel it touching, and before he wouldn't feel that. You know what I mean? It was hilarious for like a week.
Yeah, she used to be like that when I first started clipping her, but she's not like
Right.
that now. She's just got to spend a few weeks under the blankets until she realizes, hey, it's okay. I'm not freezing.
Yeah, yeah. And Daisy, if you let him out, he will bring you gifts. Mine brings me
Can,
rabbits, squirrels, big birds, moles, mice, lots and lots and lots of mice and moles.
can you
Moles are
please
ugly as hell.
excuse me for a minute?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Maine Coon, they're so pretty too. I love cats. Somalian and Maine Coon mixed together, they're beautiful. I have two of them. One's male, one's female. The female I had to adopt because she showed up one day and was completely emaciated and starving to death, and she became our cat like within 3 days because we fed her. I can't believe people drop animals off like that and just leave them go. It makes me sick. But she's the baby. She's only like 6 months old. She's getting big fast. They get pretty big. And the Somalian cats, they have really long hair, and they're big too. So they're both going to be big cats. Yeah, she doesn't ever sleep, Kitty. Ever. She doesn't like to sleep. I don't know why. But anyway, caterpillars are scary as shit. I saw your comment earlier, Kim. I couldn't handle that. I don't like anything that is not, that walks, that doesn't have human beings or cats or dogs or horses or cows. I can deal with that kind of stuff. But anything else, it drives me nuts. I'm not so bothered by snakes so much, but like everything else, creepy crawly shit just drives me nuts. Yes, yes, yes. Yeah, he brought me my hat. Exactly, April. They're always gifts. And he looks at me until I tell him he did a good job. He'll meow and look at me and look at the thing he did and look at me, and then he rubs on me like, come on, Dad. Did I do right? Did I do good? Yes, you did a good job. Good boy. Now I get to clean up your mess. The one day, he brought a mouse on the back porch and ate half of it and left like the rest of it there. And I picked it up. He was watching me. Big mistake. Don't ever do that. I picked up the tail and I just tossed the rest of it way out in my yard because I live in the country, so it would have been dealt with anyway, right? He watched me do it, looked at me like I was crazy, walked out, grabbed it, and brought it right back and dropped it in front of me. And like, now what? I'm like, okay, I guess I did that wrong. So I can't let him watch me dispose of them because he'll go look for them and bring them back. It's hilarious. What's up, life, love, and true crime? Good to see you. So anyway, we've been going on and on. Enjoying it though. So continuing from yesterday, guys. I don't know if you guys saw this, but I'm guessing some of you did, some of you didn't. There is, I guess, a sixth person on the lease for the house that the kids from Idaho lived in. And I'm hearing all sorts of crazy things that some of them weren't on the lease and were living there, and this person lived there, that person lived there, wasn't supposed to be there, was supposed to be there, so on and so forth. I understand, Kitty. I understand. I didn't used to like cats. I was only dogs until I got Oliver, and from a baby, he was a runt, and I pretty much trained him for everything. Yeah, Kitty, right. Here we go. And so that was me. For whatever reason, it just changed my mind completely, and I absolutely love cats now. Yeah, I can understand that, Kitty. I really could. They're like family members, you know. You get so attached to them, you just gotta. Kind of hard to try to replace them. You can never replace them, but you bring in somebody new and you kind of feel guilty about it. So, anyway, so that made me kind of curious. There's so much stuff going with this now. Now they're saying that the victims may not have been targeted. Trying to find, where did I put that? I downloaded a bunch of stuff. Yeah, now that the police are, they say they're making a major reversal on the killings, saying that everything they said is the opposite of it now, and it's like that's nice to know. Krampus. Yeah, I have allergies to them too, Cece. That's why mine's outside most of the time. And see, I didn't know that. I had no idea, Kim. That's why she was staying. That explains why she was like sleeping in the room with Maddie, her best friend, and was staying in the bed because she wasn't in the house anymore. I was looking for a way to do it, Kitty. I can't find it. Should be public record, I thought, but I guess it's not. Go. No. Yes. And I want to know. Yeah, no, I get it. That if that was the case, you're right, Kitty. Why? Why go through all that? Yes, Krampus is interesting. I just watched that the other day. I did, Kitty. There, Idaho's got some crazy stuff going on. What's up, Tony? Good to see you. I don't know. That's interesting. Oh, that's awesome, Squirrel. Good for you. That's awesome, Squirrel. Good for you. Yeah, you did tell me.
Sorry, I'm back.
Oh, you're good, hon. Are you all
I
right?
was listening. Yeah, I was listening
Okay.
while I was making coffee.
Gotcha. All right, T. All right. I may try to pull a double whammy and stay awake for it tonight. I don't know. That's one piece.
Take care, T. Please, love.
Thank you so much, Miss Cece, with the super sticker. I appreciate that. Very appreciated. Yeah, I did get some stuff, but yeah, that's a case. Lisa, I don't know if you knew that. What's being said now is that Kaylee didn't even live there anymore.
No, that's right, because she went back there just to show the new car, didn't she?
Right, and she was staying. Maddie's her best friend. Maddie was still living there. Kaylee wasn't, so she was just staying there that one night. Sadly, that was the one night that this happened.
Yeah.
You know, same with Ethan. You know, he wasn't supposed to be there that. So those two, if they would have went on with their lives in a different way,
That's what makes me think it was planned.
Well, yeah, like somebody knew they were going to be there. But guys, thank you, Miss Vicky. Hold on, guys. I'm trying to get this. Never works when I want it to. 1 second, everybody. Here we go. No. All right, guys. Thank you so much. I very much appreciate that.
Which would tell you it's definitely somebody they know.
Yeah, 100%. So yeah, I would really like to know who the other person is on the lease.
Yeah.
The Greek comes into play, right? What was I going to show you guys? Okay, this is from 8 hours ago.
Another big story we have been
All right, 1 second, everybody. I'll show you. That I don't know, Tony. I had just heard that
No.
today. Yeah, she had gotten a job in Texas, and they were
Yeah.
sharing the dog, her and Jack. It was their dog together, so I don't know if that's the case or not. You know, this changes some things. Finding out that she was going to Texas again, and now, like Jack or Tony just said,
She
that
was actually going backpacking first before she started that job.
right,
Mm.
but oh, that's awesome, Squirrel. Good to know. No, let me think here. What I was gonna say was Tony had brought up the fact, was asking if anybody knew that I guess Kylie's family recently deleted him from their social media.
Jack,
Yeah,
really?
I didn't know. I didn't know that. Yeah.
I found it odd that he didn't go to the candlelight vigil.
Mhm.
He hasn't come out and said anything.
Right.
But they showed pictures of him, or when I was catching up the other day, they showed pictures of him out the front of his house with the dog and everything, and he looks quite calm and relaxed. But then sometimes it's hard for them to wrap their head around it too. So
Right.
can't be judged for that.
Right. I don't know. I'm going to play this real quick, and then I want to talk about the fraternity house, the
Mhm.
fraternity in general.
Another one that hasn't come out and spoken anything to their
Right.
brother, or as they called them.
And we'll talk about that too, Kitty. Because I'm kind of interested in the fraternity now. Very interested, I should say. All right, David. Thank you so much, brother. Good to have you here. I appreciate you, sir.
Love you, David. Take care, hun. Be safe on the road.
Get some sweat. Well, get some sweat. Get some sleep, brother. Yeah, he's just now coming in from working. It's 4 a.m., 4:30 a.m. there. So he'll be
I
going to
know
bed.
that.
Well,
I
of
mean,
course
for
he-
when he goes out on the road next time.
Oh, yeah. I forget where you're at, but you know. Anyway, 1
So
second,
good.
everybody.
Been covering now for about 2.5 weeks. Major uncertainty from law enforcement concerning the massacre of those 4 University of Idaho students. Police now say they do not know if the victims were specifically targeted, and this comes as investigators start to receive forensic testing results. Fox News correspondent Christina Coleman is in Moscow, Idaho, with the latest for us.
It's definitely confusing, and we're just kind of hoping that we get some answers soon. Moscow police threw people for a loop last night when they said they did not know if 4 University of Idaho students murdered more than 2 weeks ago were victims of a targeted attack. That was a major reversal from what they have been saying.
We've told the public very clearly from the beginning that we believe it was a targeted attack.
But by this morning, they reversed themselves, saying that they do indeed believe this was a targeted attack. The back and forth leaving both students and local residents confused and worried.
Hearing this gives me kind of a pause to think back and forth, like what is our sense of safety here in Moscow? I don't like it one bit.
Steve Gonzalez is the father of Kaylee, one of the 4 victims. Grieving his daughter's loss, he is frustrated.
I know these statements take like hours and multiple individuals to review. It's not like this was something said on the side of the street within the first 5 hours of the case.
Meantime, the community continues to grieve. The University of Idaho held a candlelight vigil to honor the slain students. Parents of 3 of the victims spoke from the heart.
I want to remind you that that's the most important message that we have for you and your families, is to make sure that you spend as much time as possible with those people, because time is precious and it's something you can't get back.
Madison Mogan's
That
father
is
is urging
one
people.
incredibly strong, outstanding mother.
What's that, hon?
I said that is one incredibly strong, outstanding mother.
Oh, all the parents are. I mean, even the ones that aren't are for dealing with this, for this happening to them.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, 100%.
But to be able to get up there and hold yourself together like that, to speak,
You're
in that
absolutely. You
short
are absolutely correct.
in that short amount of time.
Turn that light on. Turn that light on over there, please. No, I agree, Lisa. I do. And Tony, I'm kind of roughly in the same realm that you are, my friend, because it's another crazy one for sure. There's too many things, too many twists and turns, and Sigma Chi deleted everything off social media from 2018.
Really?
Oh, really? Interesting.
Wow. I'm just amazed that nobody's come forward to say where them two were for the 5 hours that nobody knows where they were, and that nobody from any of them fraternities have come out and spoken on their brother's behalf
Yeah.
or the sisterhood behalf, anything like that.
No, I agree. It's definitely interesting in that sense.
Yeah.
100%, and makes you wonder. That's why I'm so interested in the fraternity right now. There's something's not right over there. I don't know exactly what it is yet, but I'll be looking to figure it out. I promise you that.
Mm-hmm.
And I think Kitty's right in a sense that it'd be hard to grieve for anybody right now because the person that did this is still on the loose. So you can't really find solace in grieving and the comfort of it because of what's going on right now. You know what I mean? So I get that.
Yeah, I get that too. But in saying that, as I just said about the mother being able to get up there and speak.
Yeah. No, I get it.
And we know that, and this is no offense to the young generation, believe me.
Thank you for
but
being here.
You know, they are very resilient, and most of them bounce back pretty quick.
Oh, yeah.
So it's just surprising me that nobody from them fraternities or that have come out and spoken on Ethan's behalf or anything.
Right. I
Seems
agree.
it's meant to be such a strong bonding brotherhood and sisterhood thing.
Right. Well, Christy, I'm sure, and Christy's making a point that I'm sure is valid 100%, that they're probably been kind of put a gag order. Yeah, they probably put a gag order out on all of them for the sake of the investigation at this point. And I can understand that 100%.
That's all right, Izzy. You take care, sweetheart. Thanks for being here, beautiful lady.
Yes, Miss Izzy.
Enjoy your grandbabies, darling.
We did hear that about the about Ethan's brother kind of having the hots for Maddie. We did hear that for sure, which is kind of what.
Oh, I didn't hear that.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
the first time I've heard that.
I thought we had talked about it yesterday that he had a thing for her and that the one person in the video of the food truck was him. That was his one.
Well, did I zone out then? Really?
I don't know, but yeah, we talked about it yesterday.
Well, I missed that. So he was at the grub truck.
From what I understand, that Ethan's brother was one of the guys that was wearing the hoodie with the coat. Okay.
Oh, okay. Yep.
And that he had some kind of a thing for Maddie. And that was why he was kind of there. And then he left when they left. So.
Okay.
Now, this is all speculation from what I've understood. I don't know if this is true or not. But looking at the picture, see, that's what happens, though. As Seabree said that she heard that the guy was Jackass. And yeah. So it could be.
We all heard that.
We don't know who was who for sure because we couldn't really see. That's the problem.
No.
But I heard the fraternity agreed to only speak with police and not sure if true. Well, okay. As long as they're cooperating, that's what matters. You know, I don't care if they want to talk to us or they want to talk out in public. It doesn't matter. As long as they're cooperating.
Then why haven't they come out and said where their 5 hours was spent?
That's the thing right there. Yes. And the fact that they're saying that they don't know if Ethan and Xana were there bothers me because I can't see one of your fraternity brothers being there and you not knowing it, or not being there if he was supposed to be and you not knowing it, because they kind of all keep track of each other in those fraternities
Yep.
and
But
sororities.
his brother and sister were there too.
And right, because he took, it was a party, and Ethan's
Yep.
brother took their sister as his +1 to the party. So they were all there together at one point, and then
So
supposedly
you would have to know your brother would look for the other brother, or the sister would look for the other brother.
Mhm.
Surely.
The boy in the shirt with number 9 on it is Jake from Maddie, right? And those two are the two that I played the video for you guys. Maddie was saying some pretty nasty things to him, and he was the one that was making the comment that don't ever wear that outfit in public again, so on and so forth. So that doesn't sound like it was a very happy relationship in a sense, okay?
No.
And I mean, I'm again down in the hole.
That's controlling attitude, that is.
Oh, it is. And yeah, you did, Kitty. Thank you. Just to say, if they were broke up and somebody else was there that was interested in her, and maybe he got mad and was just going to go handle this person, and showed up because Kaylee wasn't supposed to be there. Ethan wasn't supposed to be there, but everybody was there, so I had to deal with it. Maybe. I'm not saying that's facts, guys. And that's not even speculation. That's just a maybe type thing, okay? I 100% agree with you, Molly. That's why I'm so interested in the fraternity. They go by their own set of rules, and that's a fact.
But this, to me, this definitely does not feel like a spur of the moment thing, or they've just all of a sudden lost it. This seems very planned and precise.
This was a build-up, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's not something that happened that night to me. It's something that has been gathering steam.
Please put me on timeout.
I just saw that.
Why do you want me to do that, Kitty? Tony says that Moscow published an update 13 minutes ago.
Oh, okay.
No. Let me see something here. You're a trip, Kitty. I swear to God. It took me a minute to get onto that. That's too much.
Yeah, I've definitely thrown out the hitman theory, or the professional hit, whichever way you want to say it. I went back through all that yesterday in my mind, and like I said, knowing what I know and what they uphold to, because like I said, believe it or not, they do have a code and they do have morals. So they're not going to go in there and wipe everybody out. So no, I don't believe it was a paid hit or anything like that.
Moscow,
December the 2nd.
Can you guys read that? Let me blow it up for you. This is Moscow PD's page here. Let me blow it up. See if you guys can. I can barely read it. Okay, let's see here. Detectives are aware of a 6th person listed on the lease at the residence. They have spoken to this individual and confirmed they moved out prior to the start of the school year and was not present at the time of the incident. Detectives do not believe this person has any involvement in the murders. There has been extensive media interest regarding this incident at Taylor Avenue. I talked about that yesterday. Taylor Avenue and Banfield on November 13th at 3:01 a.m. The incident was an alcohol offense, which was addressed by the on-scene officer This call is not related to the murder investigations. For further details regarding this incident, a Moscow Police Department public records request can be submitted referencing incident number. We got that yesterday. Yes. We remain consistent in our belief that this was a targeted attack, but investigators have not concluded if the target was the residents or if it was the occupants. And that is the big question right now, guys.
I don't believe it was the residents. I'm sorry.
I don't either. It was too, in my opinion, it was too personal to be the residents. It was not. Okay. If it was the residents, somebody was breaking in to steal something, all those people were there. No, it just doesn't fit, guys.
No.
The knife, the type of wounds, the raise behind the wounds. I mean, it just doesn't make sense to me.
The fact that they did it more than once to each person. Yeah. No, it's not the residents.
Not in my opinion at all. Let's see. The rest of this we already know. There's a tip line.
If it was the residents, why wouldn't they just go in and burn the house down when nobody's home?
There's that too.
Just saying. I digress now.
No, it's good. By the way, if anybody does have any tips ever or anything you think could help the case, sending them to me is helpful. I appreciate that. But again, this tip line, 208-883-7180, the email, which is right there, which is tipline@ci.moscow.id.us is there. All you have to do is go to the City of Moscow Police Department's Facebook page, and then you can click on the digital media thing there, which is fbi.gov/Moscow, Idaho. If you really think for some chance that what you have may be helpful to the case, like I said, I'm grateful that you sent it to me because it is helpful. Send it to them as well, if not before me, because they need it more than I do, or more than we do, to help solve this case, guys. If you really think you have something that's important, and that's for anybody that's listening or will listen, I'm just saying.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that is it for the update. Yeah.
I don't know, Sheriff. I find that odd. They'd been out night clubbing, had a few drinks, probably just huddled up in bed. My kids used to do that, or they'll come and sleep with me.
That is what their Facebook page.
And if she had moved out, that means she didn't have a room there anymore. Sorry, Joe.
No, it's okay. Yeah, she was out before the school year even started, so that was back in August or something like that. So she was just still probably on the lease because it was probably a year lease, and the lease hadn't been up yet. So that's probably why. Not to mention that Kaylee was already moved out too. So who actually lived in the residence? That's what we need to know, is who was actually listed as living in the lease in that residence, because those are the people that would be targeted, in my opinion. That's what we need to know.
Now, here's a thought. Just thinking, right?
Absolutely.
But here's the thought. So, Kaylee moved out, right?
Uh-huh.
And was home.
Right.
So now if we're talking about target and it was done that night, that could lead down the line that maybe Kaylee was the target. That's why it was done that night, because she wasn't going to be there.
Now here's the difference though. And I agree with you to an extent, but if this was premeditated and it was premeditated to the extent that it had to have been to pull this off completely, then that would mean that the person that planned it knew that Kaylee wasn't supposed to be there. Okay. Because she was there on a whim.
Or that she was coming back.
And that's the only way I'll go with that, is if it wasn't super premeditated. Like if it was something that they knew for a couple of days, that she was coming. See, that's why it's hard to take, because she came down to show the new car off that day and was going to stay. She went out and then was going back home for Thanksgiving. Okay. She was supposed to go back Tuesday, I believe. So it had to have been somebody that knew right in that circle there that she was going to be there that day.
Now, I'll tell you why I'm thinking that, because she come back with a brand new car, right?
Right.
Whoever it was wouldn't have known that car unless they knew that she had got a new car and she was there. But that car in itself, if somebody else was targeted, right, and they saw a different car there, then that would put them in a dilemma of they wouldn't know who was in that house with that car.
Right.
And whether it was more than one person.
Unless
So
it's somebody.
that would tell me that whoever it was knew that she had got a new car and that was her car.
Unless it's somebody that's very close to her, and I mean super close to her, that knew she got a car and knows the car. Well, in my opinion, that leaves one person, guys, and he's already been rolled out. So, damn, I don't know.
Because you think about it, even a planned attack, right? And you weren't expecting her to come back.
Yeah.
So logically thinking, right? So somebody that planned this, and they wouldn't just go to the back of the house and not check the front of the house or walk past it or whatever. They see that new car there. This is their first time. That is going to be enough for them to stop and go, God, there could be 4 males in that house that were in that car. Yeah. Unless they knew who that car belonged to. And considering she had only just got it, that was the first time she'd taken it down there, it would tell me that it's definitely somebody that knows them.
Right. 100%. I agree.
And knows that she had that car.
Sherry says the car was there Friday.
Yep.
I thought she got it that day, though. From what I heard, she got it the morning of the 13th. Or the 12th, I'm sorry. That's what I was told. I don't know. The car.
See, if you think about it, somebody they know that's also watching them from the outside and everything, the comings and goings, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, and then they turn up to do this and there's an unexpected car there. I'm sorry, they're not going to take the risk that they're going to walk into, maybe they've got a party going, or there's 4 other males there or 5 other males come in that car. Now they're not looking at just doing 2, 3 people. They're now looking at all these extras. That would be enough for them to go, yeah, not tonight. They have visitors or something.
Mm-hmm.
Unless they knew that car was Haley's and she was there.
So, okay. Saying that, Maddie and Kaylee went to the corner club.
Mm-hmm.
Were drinking, having fun, whatever. Then they went to the food truck, and then they went home. Ethan and Xana went to the frat party, and then supposedly left around 9 something, and then that 5-hour period of time that we don't know anything about. And then the other 2 that were not bothered went to another party, I think, from what I understand. So somewhere in there is where the answer lies. Okay.
Yeah.
And Sherry says, re-listen to the mom's interview. In regards to what, Sherry? They did. We went to a party that night, right? Now they were saying too, I'm kind of curious, that, and you can watch in the food truck video. There you go, Kitty. That's the answer to it all. That I watched them at the food truck, and you watch the car pull up in the window behind them, sit and wait for them to do their thing with the food. They get in the car, and immediately the car takes off. And somebody said it was a blue 4-door sedan. There was a blue 4-door Ford Taurus 4-door sedan in the parking lot or the driveway of the house. I think it might even still be there. Ethan was.
I know they towed them all away today or yesterday, didn't they? All them cars.
I don't know if they took
they
that
did.
one too, but Ethan was the private driver or Uber. Okay. See, that doesn't make sense to me though. So Ethan went and picked up
Ethan, the one that was in the house, Ethan?
No. And yes, they were towed. Thank you, Daisy. I thought I watched Kaylee's car get towed and another one get towed. I didn't see the blue one get towed. So thank you.
It's a black sedan from Ethan.
Very
and
fan,
the
no.
brother took it fast away.
Okay, and they are all gone. Thank you, Seabreeze. It's a black sedan from Ethan, and no, the brother took it fast away. Okay. Before the police could even check it?
So you're talking about Ethan that was in the house, Ethan. That was his car and he picked them up? Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so they got back to the house before. What time did Ethan and Xana come back to the house? Was it 1:45, right?
1:45, 1:46. Yeah, 1:45.
And then he ran down and picked them up and brought them back, and they got to the house. They said it like almost
56, 1:57, yeah, something like that.
Okay. That's because they haven't released the crime scene yet, Seabreeze. That's why they have a cop there. Ellie got upset with the parents for giving. Yeah, I know. His brother allegedly came and got.
Oh, wow. I'm amazed the police allowed that.
They went through all the cars, but they didn't take them in like they typically would take them in and tear them apart.
See, Breeze, I was trying to work out how somebody knew what time they got home too, but the two girls were home.
It was said
on the lower floor.
Yeah, it was said. Yeah, but they were sleeping, and they hadn't interacted.
At that point,
did they interact? Because I never heard that they interacted.
I don't know. I'm just assuming the only way you would know definitely what time they got home is from the two girls that were in the bottom floor.
I think it was part of the timeline that somebody had said that they allegedly got home at like 1:45.
Unless maybe they did interact because maybe the girls weren't asleep at that point. They were just getting ready for bed and whatnot, and they said hi to each other in passing.
Okay. Xana's dad says she called him and we're in the house watching TV. Okay, got you, Kitty. What's the problem?
She's trying to play with toys right now.
He's blocking me.
They don't know. They're asking for the timeline.
Kitty.
You're a tricky, I swear to God.
God love you.
That's the thing is, at that time of night, that's why I was kind
Put
of.
yourself in the corner, Kitty. We're not putting you in the corner.
I'll make you a mod, Kitty, and then you can just do it to yourself.
Put yourself in the corner, honey.
Right, for the moment ruled out. See, we don't have enough. Good Lord. Hold on, everybody. It's the mod.
Did we find out anything more about the 7 people that apparently from that university, speeching problem again, guys. Sorry. Got the stutter raps then. I'm brainwashed. I hope not, Kitty. That's me. Are you ringing to complain about yourself to Joe, are you, Kitty? I'm sorry. I just don't believe this is a stranger in any way, shape, or form. I think and feel logically thinking and going through everything, and I went back through it all again today, as well as I went back through it with my daughter, even the hitman and everything. And like I said, I've crossed off a professional hit. I don't believe it's a spur of the moment stranger that just decided to go in there and do this. I believe this was very well planned and very precise, and they achieved what they wanted to achieve. You can't find anything, Molly? Joe did find, were you there when Joe found the roommate of hers apparently said that she didn't do that to herself, that he can prove she was passed over by somebody else. Oh, did I? Sorry, Vicky. Yeah, apparently the roommate said that he's got photos of her bed and bedroom that night, and he can prove that somebody else passed her over, and he believes it was a cover-up. Do I think it's related to this? No. Oh, that's for sure, Pamela. Especially when you got a house full of people. This is not a spur of the moment guy that's going to run into a house full of, like I said, logically speaking. So you're talking about an area, like I said, where there's 2 other unit blocks that would have had lights on at that time at early hours of the morning
I
because they're
agree,
college
Terry.
on a Saturday night. So this stranger in a million years is not going to see this house surrounded by units where they have clear view of the windows on that house, as well as the house right next door that has windows right around it. And they're going to risk going into that house with all the cars parked in that car park out the front of that house on a whim that, they might only have to do it to one person, let alone 4. I think the 2 girls that survived were deliberately left because they had no beef with them. No, Molly,
I was
couldn't
looking for the
either.
coroner's report and everything too, and I cannot find it, and I don't know. I think they're holding it back until they get something. That's the only thing I can think of. The only reason why it wouldn't be available to the public at this point.
Which is really weird,
sadly,
considering
but
they're claiming that she passed herself over.
yeah. I'm watching the ministry's memorial held today. Kaylee's parents spoke on stage. Kaylee's brother was also on stage, and Kaylee. Yeah, they usually do it together, Tony. It's hard for me to watch some of those. They're very sad.
The first video from the coroner is.
Wait, what are you guys talking about right now? You and Kitty.
The second is out there. Kitty, which one are you talking about, love? I can't think of her name. What was that girl's name? Kiri? Kiri?
What?
What was her name, Joe? The girl
Who?
that the girl we were talking about yesterday that they said passed herself over, the librarian from the university.
Hannah.
That's it. Thank you.
Yes,
And that
Hannah.
the roommate said that they could prove that she didn't do it to herself because they
Yeah,
have photos of the
yeah. And I tried to message the roommate on Facebook. I can't get a response yet.
Oh, okay.
I want to hear about this because
Yeah, me too. Because if that's true, then that needs to be out there too.
well, absolutely. Why is it
Not
being
that
covered
I'm,
up?
like I said, I don't believe it's related to this in any way. However, it could be a slight chance, but I don't believe that. However, her story needs to be told.
Well, absolutely. And why is it? Why is it not? Why is it being covered up? Well, according to what the roommate said, that it's being covered up by law enforcement. Why? Or is it the college that's doing it to
I
keep
would
their
say
admission
more the
up?
college. Yeah, because the college would be bringing the biggest amount of money into that town. One, they wouldn't want that out there to stop parents to stop their children from attending there.
Correct.
They've got too much to lose when you think about it. And it wouldn't be the first time a college has done that either.
Right. I was reading through some of the things. Yes, thank you, Molly. Hannah Clear. Some of the things that Kitty had sent me, I was reading through it, and it's a little alarming, you guys. Actually, it's a lot alarming. It's interesting. And I'm not saying that it's linked to this. Yeah, you're right. There it is, Sherry. This little podunk, quiet ass town reminds me a whole lot of Truckee.
Yep.
A whole lot of weird ass Truckee. There's something going on. It's weird, guys. It's 100% weird. There's videos about how I escaped his cult and this and that, church and state. Weird shit, guys. You know, with this church in Moscow, Idaho, blah blah blah. Weird people do weird things, everybody. Okay? Weird people that belong to weird things like this shit.
Yep.
It's okay. It's okay, Kitty. You don't have to apologize. It's not all your fault. Anyway, that's what I'm saying. Like, weird things go on in weird places where weird people exist. Period. I mean,
yep.
You know, yeah, the fake teachers.
Yep.
What is this is all strange shit. This is a whole other day, you guys. Like I said, when I started getting this stuff from her, Cadal, we got. That's why I wanted to extend. We're gonna go on for a while about this. Not today per se, but days is what I'm saying. There's a lot.
Well, see, that's only one. There was 7 of them that passed. So it'd be interesting to see what the other 6 pass from.
Right. And this whole thing about a cult and the church and this and the fake teachers and all this other crazy shit going on. It's weird.
Yeah.
A lot. You're right, Molly. A lot of small towns do have a lot of this weird shit that goes on, guys, because they can get away with it because they're so tucked into the mountain there. Nobody knows they exist. Nobody cares. Nobody pays attention to these small towns usually.
Or the people that are running the.
Yeah, and until something like
the people that are running them have money and are the power of the town, so people are too scared to speak out.
And that's why they keep these towns small and quiet, because they are run by people with a lot of money that want the privacy in the town. They don't want all the out in front type shit that we have to see in like bigger towns and stuff.
And when you look at that whole town, the main focus there is that university. which brings all the money into that town.
Uh-huh. So the university itself, in my opinion, is like at the top of the list as far as the weird shit. And then you go from there and you work your way down. And then eventually we're going to find the person that has the knife. Okay? Somewhere in between there. Hold on a second, Kitty. I'm sorry.
It is, here you go. I will go so much as to say it is somebody like Delphia that is standing there in plain sight that knows all of them in that house.
Yes, Molly, I understand, honey. But you're not there now, so it's okay. Are you talking about what you just sent me via DM, Kitty, about with the Brian Anton thing, as far as that update? Or are you talking about something else?
Or is that about them still having parties and whatnot? But like I said, kids are very resilient and deal with things differently to us. To stop them from being hurt and miserable, they will tend to have parties and gatherings and stuff. So that I don't begrudge them.
Oh, okay. Yeah, 2:57 p.m. today. Brian Anton with News Nation. He reported 3 people just came out of the house where the murders happened. One was definitely a detective. Unclear who the other 2 were. And it's the first motion or action that he has seen in the crime scene in a few days. Could have been a landlord and or an insurance adjuster, possibly. Brian, I like Brian Anton, so.
Yeah, me too.
He always puts facts out. He doesn't twist anything. And he's on top of shit. So, yeah. And that just happened at 2:57 p.m. Their time, which is the same as mine, I believe. So, yeah, 3 people were in the house. One was a detective. 2 others are unknown. And that was at almost 3 o'clock this afternoon. One of them looks like he might be with the vehicle he got in. It's like a gray pickup truck, unmarked. It looks like it could be like a forensics guy. He's got a cap on the back of his truck.
But I wouldn't imagine them allowing landlords or anybody else in there at this point. Seems the police are still holding it. You want to marry Brian? Good on you, Kitty. I am really surprised it took them so long to tow all the cars. Though I must admit. And I'm amazed they allowed the car that Ethan was using to be taken by the brother. Sadly, not to downgrade the police or anything, but a police force that hasn't dealt with much murders there, and then they've got a mass murder and dealing with it, even watching them go back in and out of that house tells you that they're slightly untrained there, because they would have forensically done that house from top to bottom right from the start. Oh, they're not. I thought they towed him and took him to a holding area, Seabreeze. They didn't. So where did they tow them to, love? Okay. Oh, I just went blank in my mind then. Kitty was a bit concerned of who you want to eat, and I just remembered Brian. Thanks, love. Yeah, that's what I mean. They went to a holding area, which would tell me they're going to go over the cars. I wouldn't understand why they wouldn't. I just don't understand why they would have allowed Nathan's car to be taken, though. To me, them cars should have been gone the first day, second day. Yeah, that's right, for forensics. But you think they would have taken them cars in the first couple of days, not 14 days later, the whole time they were sitting out there. Because you don't know if whoever did it got into one of them cars or they happened to drive them back there. Like they said, they don't know whether they were in the house prior or anything. So you don't know if one of them had picked them up. But that's what surprised me, that they didn't take them cars in the first couple of days and do forensics on them. I don't know if they were left open, though, Vicky. I can't answer that, love. Yeah, see, Kitty, I don't understand that, because knowing what I know, they usually shut the whole scene down. That includes cars and everything. So I'm kind of, like I said, I believe this police force just haven't dealt with a lot of murders. On top of that, to have a mass murder, I think they were kind of stumbling through it all. And it was so overwhelming, I mean, to walk into that. Although the police and everybody think they hold it together and that. Not if they haven't dealt with much murders and whatnot. So that overwhelming and confusion feeling of then trying to sort through it all. Yeah, I know he was fast, Kitty, but even in the first 5 minutes, police are very good when they're very, when they know what they're doing, and they've dealt with quite a few cases, are very quick to shut everything down and tape it all off. And nobody's moving anything in or out, including cars. Bye, CC's, darling. Take care, sweetheart. Thanks for being here. Love you, hun. You have a great rest of the day, afternoon. Sorry, I'm early hours of the morning here. It's 8:30 a.m. here. Oh, yeah, Anna, that's what I said. It's definitely somebody they knew. As I was explaining, the fact that Kaylee had a new car, this is the thing I thought about after I got off of here yesterday. Like I said, I've thrown out the whole professional hit and all the rest of it, because that's not how they do it, and other reasons. But anyway, if there was a new car, if it was somebody that had been watching the house, you think about it. All of a sudden there's a new car there. You know that there's either 4 or 5 people, 5 girls that live in that house. All of a sudden there's a new car there. If you didn't know them, or you hadn't spoken to Kaylee in them few days to know that she had got a new car, they're not just going to go to the back of the property and get into
Sorry,
the
everybody.
house.
Again.
They are going to walk past the front of the house or sight the front of the house to make sure, 1, all lights are out, and 2, that they don't have visitors. Then they spot a new car. That is going to be enough for them to stop and question whether there may be 4 males in that car, two extra males in that car, and it would be enough for them to back off.
Oh, damn it. Sorry, CC. I missed you. Have a great day, hon. We love you. According to ABC, the car was removed with the other four. Okay.
2 survived, Anna.
I think one of
And
the
that's
main
what
things
I
is
agree.
they need to look for somebody that may have cuts and scratches on their face and or their hands, you know, and their arms. If that person's even still there. See, here's the thing. With what happened with the holiday, that person could be gone, guys, in another state.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And you're muted, I think, or no, you're not. I'm not even going to say it.
Don't
Anyway.
you do that to me again.
So
you got me thinking that. Hang on, Joe. I got to tell you this. When you did that to me yesterday, and the last time you done it to me, you had me thinking that this audience was so good at lip reading that they were answering me all that time while I was muted. And I'm thinking, that's some really good lip reading.
Yep. They're good. According to ABC, the car was removed with the other four. Sherry watched the video back from 2. Kitty was down. You can tell Kitty was into this. I see what she was saying yesterday. She's looked at everything and watched everything just like we do. That's why she was making those comments yesterday. That comment right there tells you right there. Sherry watched the videos back from 2 weeks. It's not there. She knows what she's talking about.
But that's what I was saying. Police usually within the first couple of minutes lock everything down, right? Tape everything off. So under normal circumstances, and like I said, no offense against the police force there, just because they haven't dealt with a lot of murders and whatnot doesn't make them bad police.
Right.
Because you learn through experience. It's not their fault. However, police that have dealt with quite a few cases would have locked that whole scene down within 2 minutes. That would include all the cars and everything.
You know what? That is something, Anna, I thought about the other day. But that being said, if those 2 were not accessible that night, why go after everybody else then? Me and my wife talked about this, like that maybe one of the other 2 girls that survived were the ones that were the targets. But again, if they couldn't get to them, why did you go after everybody else?
I don't believe they were. I believe they survived because their beef wasn't with them. They had no beef with them.
I think they survived because they were locked in that room and he didn't have time to get to them, because I think the way the door was left open, that somebody was either driving up or around, or somebody made some noise and he thought, and he got spooked, and that's why he got out of there so fast.
Could be a great possibility. In my mind, I think them 2 girls were spared because their beef, they had no beef with them.
So you think that whoever did this had beef with all 4 of them?
Well, yep. I think whoever it was is blaming all 4 of them for something, whether it's unrequired love to one of them, and they believe the other 3 intervened and interfered with any chance of a relationship or whatever, whether the other 3 intervene or they believe they intervene with them continuing the relationship. I think their beef was only with them 3, the 3 girls.
Right.
Or they definitely knew Ethan was going back there, so we'll say 4, but definitely not with them girls.
Or they didn't know that
downstairs
Ethan was there and he was just collateral because he was there.
Yeah.
That's kind of where I go with him. I think the time she took to kill the 4 was running out for the 2 downstairs. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at with that, with those 2, Pam. I said that he was running out of time and their door was locked and it would have taken too much to get to them. And that's why they survived, personally. I mean, I hate to say that, thank God, but the back door was open, out fast. The 2 girls were too young, but when they will open the Yeah. No, I get it, Kitty. I get it. I understand. I'm just, God, this is driving me
That
insane. There's,
that's just my thought after going over everything, like I said today,
no,
and
I
going
agree.
through every scenario. I do strongly believe them two girls they did not have beef with. That's why they didn't even try to get into their rooms or go them or anything.
And see, we need to find out how to get a hold of documentation on who was supposed to be living there for sure at this point now. Again, that's going to tell a huge part of the story because that's going to give us who are the possible targets for sure, not the guesstimation of, well, maybe it was this one or that one, or maybe it was this one, but this one didn't live there. That one's not on the lease, so we don't know. That's what I'm saying. Those are the things that are driving me nuts. Okay.
But like I said, I would also like to know who prior to the last one moving out, how many others have stayed there and ended up in conflict or had made advances to one of the girls or something, and I've gone, yeah, that's it, you have to leave, or tried to cause trouble between anything like that.
Right. Are you saying Giselle
Whether
has
they
very
all left, gracefully and on good terms, or whether there was one or two that possibly didn't. You've got
right,
to go down every avenue.
right. Yeah, Kitty, I noticed that. Like I said, the hole is deep, my dear, and I'm not trying to flip flop all over the place with this, but I said I won't take anything off the table till they give us something solid to go with to make sense. Um, there really wasn't any emotions from, but again, that could all be based on the fact that they're in shock,
Yeah.
and he was buried very quickly. That was kind of odd. Very quickly, the memorial,
And
everything was done. Boom, boom, boom. It's over. So
yeah.
yeah,
And Sherry Love, apparently Ethan did use a car that night. That's who picked up the two girls from the grub truck.
right.
But in saying that, the police wouldn't know whether they were forensically, whether there was any forensic evidence in there or not, because like I said, they don't know whether whoever did it was taken back to the house or one of the girls took somebody home. Not saying they did, but nobody really knows. So yes, they would forensically check them cars.
Yes.
Whether the other two girls may have driven somebody home.
Yes.
Or Ethan and that for the 5 hours they were missing might have bring a couple of people home or whatever, or driven, a couple of people around, or but that they do that to cover themselves.
Right. Absolutely.
Yeah, Pamela, he was pretty quick.
It was very quick.
Yeah. And that could be because Mum's pretty if you watch her, she seems pretty well organized and has a need to do things, I think, to keep herself going and to keep it together for the other two kids too. Well, yeah, Kaylee's dad, she was cremated. As for Ethan, I don't know whether he was buried or cremated. I can't answer that. But Kaylee's dad refused to have a funeral or anything for her because he was so frightened that whoever did it would turn up at the service, which I can understand, but it's sad that he has to think like that too. And sadly, that's what sick people do, but well, I wondered that too, Anna. I have thought of that too. Because that's the thing I find odd, that Ethan and Dana went to that party there and only stayed for an hour but disappeared for 5 hours. And nobody's come forward, not even the police have said, look, we found out where they were in that 5 hours. That's an awful long time to not be accounted for. Sorry. Okay, Smoothie Cakes. Love you, sweetheart. Take care. Talk soon, love.
Okay. Love your Smoothie. Thanks so much for being here. Hope to see you again soon.
Amazing
Don't go any
lady.
deeper down the hole. I mean, I'm already feeling that way.
Oh, I did this to myself today. Yesterday,
Yeah.
guys.
Well, listen, guys. Okay. This is what we do. Okay. I mean, I feel like what we're doing is eventually going to turn something good out of it. You know what I mean? If we get lucky enough to come upon something that makes sense, but we're not going to be able to do that unless we do what we're doing. So, regardless of how we feel about it, we obviously aren't stopping it. So therefore, we want to do it, and that's how it is. Sadly, but if I feel like it's going to be too much, then eventually I'll just back away like I have done before. But at this point, no, it's not going to happen because I need to know certain things that I'm not. I need to know. I'm not going to lie to you guys. It drives me nuts when I don't. So
I have more questions than answers. The more
Oh,
I
yeah.
go into this, the more questions I have. And it blows my mind that even the reporters in that room, no offense to them, are not asking the questions that I'm coming up with.
True. Now I know some reporters automatically know that they're not going to get answers to their questions because they're too close to the questions are too close to the investigation to give an answer on. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Which
I
is why-
understand that, but there is other questions they can ask that they will get answers for that can give you answers for other things without them interfering in the investigation.
Right.
Kitty.
Well, here's the thing,
God love
Kitty.
you, sweetheart.
Next time, you're going to come up here with us. That's what's going to happen.
Oh, yeah, that would be a good idea.
Yep, you're going to come up here with us, and then you don't have to be in chat. And yes,
Yeah.
I get it. If you don't talk about it, it'll drive us nuts. That's how it works. So it is what it is.
Oh, okay, Sherry. I didn't know that.
Molly Kay's mom has tracking on her phone because she and Kaylee had some. Yeah, I did hear about that. I want to know more about this frat house and what happened that night. What the series of events were that night at the frat house. I want to know because to me, I almost feel like something happened in that period of time from where they left.
And jumping castles delivered.
Sorry, guys, hang on.
Do your thing, Lisa. You're fine. There's something that happened that night. It almost makes me feel like that there was an interaction that went on that
Sorry.
Kitty,
Jumping castles delivered.
Did you see what Kitty said? When I said I was bringing her up here, she said, no problem. I meet you both.
Yeah, I did see that. Thanks, Kitty. And you can take over the show.
Okay, so there was no party. It was just a meeting. That's even worse. I want to know what happened after the meeting or during the meeting, possibly, because I almost feel like there was an interaction that went bad.
Hang on. Sorry. So there was no party? So why was
Sigma Chi
the brother taking the sister as a +1?
Yeah, because I heard there was a party too, Kitty.
Yeah, me
And
too. And the sister was the +1.
Because I think law enforcement even said that she was his +1 at this Sigma Chi party.
Yeah.
I it's okay, Kitty. You're welcome to anytime. I told you guys before, any one of you guys are welcome up here with us at any time.
Oh, yes, please.
Especially if you have a voice and you want to talk and you have some ideas. That's where the think tank comes into effect. The more voices, the better. Then you guys don't have to hear my irritating ass voice sometimes. Because it keeps
Oh,
going
mine.
and going and going.
Oh, mine.
Yours sounds better than mine. That's the difference. Because you have that pretty accent and a lady's voice. And of course you hear me like Charlie Brown's teacher, you know?
Oh, you'd be the first one that says I have a lady's voice every time I make a phone call or something. They call me sir, and it's like, no.
Nah, no.
Honest.
My wife has a raspy voice too. Don't worry. I think it's very. Well, I'm not going to say it because it'll sound weird. But anyway, it's a very ladylike thing, and I think that women that have raspy voices is very attractive. So don't worry about that.
Yeah, I do wonder that, Anna. And then I wonder about, what sororities are good for, practical pranks and all the rest of it.
Well, there was a party somewhere.
And that's another thought, that maybe one of them were involved in a prank at a fraternity or something, or a couple of them in that house were, and the person
made somebody mad, embarrassed somebody.
Yes.
Humiliation will draw the worst out of anybody. I promise you that.
Yeah.
I win. I can speak from my time. You're killing me today. There was some type of a party because that call at 3:01 a.m. was alcohol related. So somebody was partying somewhere in that very close proximity. So.
Oh, see, Breeze, I'm not self-conscious. I actually laugh and go, no, I'm a ma'am, not a sir, or I'm a lady, but thanks anyway, love. I used to be when I was younger, but not anymore. I'm too old to care what people think about me, or, too old to care what sex
especially
they think
people
I
that
am.
don't know you. That's the difference.
That's
anybody that spends 5 minutes talking to you. They have no clue, Police were called to the frat house. See, I never heard that. That's different.
No,
I heard that they were
either.
called to the band field, which was 50 yards from the house. So that's a whole new bowl of wax right there. If they were called to the frat house, why? And why isn't that listed on the blotter?
You can call me anything, Kitty. That's the way I feel too, love.
Me too.
You can call me anything you like.
That's why I said you guys are welcome to call me Joe, Dago, Butthead, whatever you want to call me. It doesn't matter. Yeah,
as
they
long
are.
As it's not rude.
They very much are, Anna. Molly knows somebody that lives in the town, that area right there specifically. Okay. That's why I want to talk to that person if I can and ask her what before this happened, what the feel of the town was like and what the feel of the town is like now. But I understand why she would be nervous. Okay. And I don't want her to be. I would never want to put somebody in an uncomfortable situation. And if I can talk to her, King Meatball, that's me. If I can talk to her with full anonymity and oh my god, and you know what I'm trying to say, anonymously, so that she is comfortable, it would be amazing because it would give us an outlook on a little better of an outlook. She's right above you, Kitty. And you mean where does she live or where's she at in the chat? She's right there now, but if she can tell you, she's right there. But
who?
Molly.
You really?
I'm bouncing all over the place.
Okay, right. Yeah, I've caught up.
Sorry. Yeah, Molly knows somebody that lives in the town.
Yes, I heard that. Yes,
that she spoke to. And I told her I'd love to have a conversation with this person, but the person is a little nervous about it, and I don't blame her. And I said I can give her full, I can never say this word fast.
Anonymity.
Thank you. And it feels creepy in the town now, right?
Not only that, although you hide her and that, it doesn't take much, especially if you're a person like me and you know people in that area and that. There's only a few things you got to say that I can pinpoint who you're talking about.
Right.
So I get why people get scared.
Well, see, I can talk to her. Yeah, and that's a fact right there, Kitty. She can DM me first, and I'll talk to her and give her the comfort measures that I would give her. I can change her voice. I can do anything I need to do. I have the ability to do all that now. And I don't even need to put her out here. I can just have the conversation with her and bring it to you guys. Although I'd like for you guys to hear it, obviously. But if I can't do it that way, then that's fine. Maybe me and Lisa can just talk to her privately.
Yeah.
And then go from there. Do you know what I'm saying?
Cops have been called on them several times and they were disciplined twice.
I'm telling you, there's something about that frat house that has my hair standing up. And I feel like it has something to do with this for some reason. And this has only been for the past few days, but I can't let go of it. And you guys know how I am with that kind of stuff. Something about it is bothering me. I can't get, I can't find what it is because we cannot get any info from there. And because of that, that makes it even worse for me.
Yep, I can understand that.
Yeah. Yep, you're right about that one, Kitty. And I actually, where are we at? Closed down. Give me a second. There's something different about him too, but I don't put him in this. I just don't.
Who?
The neighbor.
Another big story we have been covering now for about 2.5 weeks.
The neighbor that everybody went nuts on. Hold on. 1 second, everybody.
Jeremy, Kitty.
Jeremy.
I think Jeremy's just socially awkward myself.
That's what I was going to say. That's why he's weird, because...
And unfortunately, people take that for some weirdo or whatever, and here we go by the whole judgment thing, because he doesn't behave the way we think he should behave, which is so wrong.
And that's society's mistake, period. Absolutely. That guy here. Now, I don't know
and
if you guys...
And he's probably one of the most nicest guys you could probably meet.
Absolutely.
And yet, the person that... Here's the strange thing about this, right? This guy that is socially awkward, and it's a hard thing to be on camera, I might add, especially on the news. You're not talking about a small camera. You got to remember that. And having that nearby to you. So you put all that in place and see how strange you would come across. But on top of that, then people go, oh, let's look at him because he's socially awkward, he's doing weird stuff, blah, blah, blah. And yet the person that did it could be blatantly right in front of you and be the nicest guy, and not one person would pick him. Ted Bundy was a great guy. Just ask his neighbours. He was ever so helpful.
Uh-huh.
How many others were like that? I can name hundreds that they always say, oh, I would never have picked him. He was such a loving family man. He was really helpful. He went out of his way to do things with us.
Right. Absolutely.
But the one person that doesn't hold well together socially or on camera, and people want to go, oh, look, he's a weirdo or he does strange stuff, but he thinks different to me. He behaves differently. I think it's him.
Right.
Or her.
And you're 100% correct on that, Red. Typically the least that you would expect.
Yes.
That's a lot of times how it works.
And that's how they get away with it.
That's right. Absolutely. Well, again, let's go back to Dahmer, okay? Nobody And I mean, nobody expected that. Nobody. Chris Watts, nobody expected that. Okay.
Oh,
I mean, any of those types of, nobody expected that.
oh, nobody would expect Chris Watts would do something
Right.
like
That's
that
what I
prior.
mean. That's what I
Yes.
mean.
Yeah.
Susan, the one that unalived all her children, who the hell would have
Yep.
ever thought any mother would have ever done that? You know what I mean? It's the least scenario you expect. You're absolutely correct. Let me play this here real quick, guys. This is something I didn't see. I don't know if a lot of you did. This is the guy that works the food truck. Yeah, Gacy, I don't know. Gacy, Gacy, I could see being something, maybe not as bad as what he was. But then we have Jesus, what's his name?
Well, look at Chopper Reed here from Australia, if you know anything about Chopper Reed.
Oh, yeah.
Murderer, etc. He's now passed. He was the most nicest, caring guy, honest to God. I met him few times. I used to go to the nightclubs and that he was at. Him and a few others. I spoke several conversations with that guy, and he sincerely was the real most honest, down-to-earth guy.
Well,
would you suspect him as a killer other than looking at his tats and the swearing and the way he behaved? You still didn't go, well, yeah, he's a killer.
Yeah.
And isn't it funny when people found out that, and I'll probably get hung for this, I'll get chased down, but I can honestly say I do know this, that the police actually paid him to knock off certain pedophiles and whatnot that they wanted eliminated. So there you go.
I get it. And there's a lot of these people, that you'd look at them and go, nah, I'm gonna just keep on walking. And then a month later, they're in the news for unaliving 35 people. Okay.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So yeah, absolutely. This is the guy that worked on the food truck that night. And I don't know how many of you saw this. I didn't. So I'm going to play this real quick for you guys. And again, this is from Deets on the Street.
Hey, Joe here. I just wanted to jump on this and make a video real quick. Kind of just...
His name is Joe Bideau, by the way.
Squash some stuff that I've been seeing. So first and foremost, I feel super awkward that I even have to make this video, but I've been not really keeping track of all of the stuff that's going on with this investigation for those girls that were killed. And to start off, the very next day when they had announced the murders and when they had shown the photos, as soon as I saw the photos, I messaged the two people that were in that video that I was talking to, my neighbor, and then another guy that we had met earlier that night who I thought was really cool.
I'm sorry. I think I misinformed everybody. I didn't mean to say that. He was standing. He's right here, guys. He doesn't work at the food truck. I think that's what I said.
No, he was the one.
He was there waiting for food too. That's what I meant. My apologies, everybody. I'm sorry.
And he was the one that spoke to the guy in the hood, hoodie, and
yes,
yeah.
I'm sorry. My apologies.
And we invited him to come on the grub bus. I was like, hey, weren't two of these girls at the grub bus with us last night? And they couldn't remember, but they were also very drunk, and I was not. So I did have, there's a drink called a Larry Craig. That's a really popular drink over here. I did have one of those at Corner Club, but I mean, other than that, I was totally sober. When they confirmed that those were the girls, the only reason I knew that it was those girls was because I saw the video that said, oh, they were seen at this thing. Because I actually called the police right away and was like, hey, I think I might have information. I just need to know what was one of the girls wearing, because I remember one of them had pink, because the one that bumped into me at Corner Club was wearing pink. But nobody called me back from the police, and I was like, okay, they're probably just swamped with information, probably whatever. But then when the video came out and people were like, no, those were the girls. And those two people were like, dude, those were the girls. I was like, okay, I'm going to physically go to the police station and talk to the police. I told the police everything I saw, which is different than what I think is going out there right now. And I was just waiting for food. I'm just like everybody else in town that waits for food at the grub bus. It does take a while. Everybody goes there. And so that was kind of the thing. It was like, no, if you're ending the night, you end it at grub bus. But other than that, I don't really have any like crazy information. I don't know why everybody's reaching out to me. I don't know why so many people are trying to spin things around. And so what I've decided to do is that I'm only commenting on things that are like ridiculous. So try and give clarity. But man, people are really turning this into something it's not. Yeah. So I want to address a few things specifically. One being the news article that came out was the first person that I actually like talked to with the news media. A lot of media outlets have reached out to me, and I've just ignored them because I just was like, man, I just was waiting for food. Like I have nothing to add. I've given all the helpful information I can to the police. It would make zero sense for me to give any more information to random people. But these rumors that are going around were just like crazy, and I didn't have a bad vibe from the guy that people were dragging through the mud. I don't know if he did it or not. I don't know. I'm just saying, like, I could speak to the vibe I got from him, which was all people really wanted to know at first anyways. And I thought he was fine. Now, the news outlet that I talked to, I mean, he really embellished some stuff I said and added his own words to things and kind of changed the verbiage. I wasn't defending anybody. That's one thing he said. I wasn't defending him. I was just saying people need to stop spreading rumors because that could ruin his life. What if he's innocent? It would ruin his life. The other thing he said is that I noticed him coming with the girls. I didn't notice him coming with the girls. I didn't notice him until I cracked the joke to the frat guys because I thought it was ridiculous that it was like freezing outside.
And see, that is something I hate about media. Okay. Don't make something out of nothing. If it's there and it's real, by all means report it. If it's not, don't turn it into something if it's not. Because that's bullshit. He's absolutely correct. You can ruin somebody's life from saying 3 words about that person.
That's
Don't
right.
do that.
You put a target on their head.
Immediately.
And that's why I made that point about Jeremy, how everybody jumped on him because he didn't perform the way they wanted him to perform. Well,
right. Absolutely.
It aggravates me.
Me too. And that's why I wanted to stop real quick and make that comment and let that be known. That drives me nuts. I don't like that. Basic media does that, guys. The news.
Oh, yeah, they're good for cutting and
yes, they make it look worse. If it's going to bring ratings and views to their, of course they're going to make it sound right. That's bullshit. That is not the way the things should need to work, and that's one thing I don't like.
And that's why if you ever get interviewed by a TV station, you tell them to do it live because they can't cut it.
You cut it. That's right. Absolutely.
Never do a pre-recorded one.
Yeah, that was weird, Anna. That is very weird. Sorry, guys. I didn't mean to interrupt. I just wanted to say that real quick because that bugs me bad.
And that guy was in a TikTok. So I just made a joke because that's how I make friends. I don't know. But that's when the guy chimed in and I noticed him. I didn't notice him until that moment. When I was at Corner Club, when I said ew, some people were like, wow, that's such a weird thing to say. Why would I? That's what you say when you're standing talking to friends and somebody really drunk, like they smell drunk, they're like bouncing around, and they bump into you and like rub up against you. Like that's it's gross. I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but she was really, I mean, you can even see in the Grub Buzz video, she walked between us several times and just couldn't even walk straight. That girl was very drunk. She's actually the only one that I thought was really drunk. And she was the only one I noticed at Corner Club because she had bumped into me. Another thing that was weird is that the guy who was interviewing me from the Daily Mail or whatever it was, he said glass-eyed, and I was like, sure, yeah, like that. I didn't actually even use that word. That was his word. And then as far as the car goes, yeah, there was a car that pulled up. I couldn't remember what it was. I couldn't remember if it was black, blue, gray. I couldn't remember. I just remember there was a car pulled up. So yeah, so I didn't know what color the car was. It was dark. And I just felt like when I told the guy, I said it was a dark car, I couldn't remember what color it was. And I think when I was at the police station, I couldn't remember what color it was. They asked me to. And yeah, so but the Daily Mail guy was like, no, you need to like, was it blue? Was it black? I was like, I can't remember if it was blue or black. I can't remember. He's like, we'll just say dark colored car. I was like, okay. I was like, I think it was a 4-door sedan, but this guy got out and was like, hey, let's go. What's going on? Because the girls were making videos and laughing, and they were trying to grab all the food. Every time food was coming out from the grub bus, they were just trying to grab it. And they thought it was funny. And I mean, it was a little funny, but they were trying to grab all the food that was coming out. And when I went up and I talked to the guy at the grub bus, I said, did you just give them food? Because he just said, here you go, like that, and gave them food, and then they ran off. I actually told the grub bus, I was like, that was really nice of you. He's like, yeah, they just need to, they need to get home. And I was like, yeah. They were trying to climb into the grub bus. So, I mean, very drunk. And then honestly, as soon as they called my number, I told the guy, I said, they're leaving, bro. And then because they called my number, all I could think about was pasta. I couldn't think about anything else other than just eating macaroni and cheese. And that was it. I didn't give any other thoughts. I didn't think anything else about it. Yeah. Some people have said that, like, I've seen some people say, like, oh, I think it's suspicious how much Joe remembers. I'm an adult. Like, as soon as I realized that those were the girls that we saw there, I tried my best to remember everything and recount it from that night because I knew that it would help in the investigation. Some people said, oh, Joe might have been a suspect. Dude, I have cameras in my house. I literally have the time I walked in my house. The girls were still alive at that point. And I have the can of soda that I had in my video. I have it in my hands walking into my house. So, yeah, it wasn't me, I promise. And other people were saying that I was excited about like a claim to fame or something like that. What is wrong with you? That's such a disgusting thing to think. Like, who would be excited about this?
That's right.
I've literally ignored everybody, like everybody. The only reason I even answered the Daily Mail guy at first is because he showed up to my friend's house. Like,
People
physically
get
showed up to
so
my friend's
far
house,
fetched.
trying to find me or trying to get information about me. Crazy. And
see, this guy actually didn't come out and say that guy never did it.
Part of me too felt guilty because I was laughing. I kind of laughed at the girls, watching them be drunk because, I mean, let's be honest, anybody that lives here, the whole reason that the Grub Bus has a Twitch stream is because the people, I call them zombies. They're just kind of like, because just people come from all walks throughout the night. A lot of drunk people come there after they've finished their night drinking to get load up on carbs, eat food. Police come there that are working late. They come get their food. They just park right behind the bus. People like me come there who just want pasta in the middle of the night. Yeah, it's all walks of life, all people. But it makes for an interesting crowd pretty late. And so they always live stream it. That's the reason they live stream it.
When they were standing on the one corner.
Here's the other silly thing about that. See how he's saying people are going him about how good his memory is about that night and all the rest of it. And I will guarantee you these same people would be picking on him because he didn't remember the color of the car.
Absolutely.
You know why? Because it was of no interest to him.
That's right.
We don't take notice of things that we're not interested in.
That's absolutely right. Well, and here's the other thing, guys. He didn't know it was going to happen until after it happened.
That's right.
So we're not going to look at cars that come by and go, okay, I need to remember that because something's going to happen bad tonight. So I need to have that stuff. You know what I mean?
Yep.
I mean,
unless that car nearly missed hitting somebody or something would be the only reason he would take notice of the car.
Right.
As for the guy and the way it was reported that he vouched for him and said he never did it, that is not what he said, as we can all see. He said he didn't get that vibe from him, but he can't say whether he did it or not. He didn't even know the guy until he spoke to him.
Right. Kitty's saying, but he forgot all the important things, all about me. Now, I get it. I know what you're saying. He's talking about this right now because I think he did get attacked by a bunch of people, if I remember right.
Which is pathetic.
It is. I think a bunch of people went at him, and in turn, that's why he's kind of defending himself now,
And they'll say, these same people that attacked him and Jeremy and all the rest of it will say, but we're just looking for answers like everybody else. Well, that's fine. Look for answers, but don't attack people all the time.
Yeah.
Look at them, investigate them yourself or look into them, but don't get online and attack them and make their life miserable or like they really did something so wrong just by living in a place next door to where this happened. or
Well,
that
yeah,
he
make it
was the last person to see them alive at a grub truck.
in turn making them feel like they're a murderer. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, you shouldn't do that. I agree. Um,
And it does destroy people's life. And the sad part is, what's it going to take somebody to, pass themselves over because they can't deal with the pressure of being attacked?
it's already happened, Lisa. That's already happened more than one
It's
time,
ridiculous.
and it's sad.
Could you imagine just innocently out yourself being at that grub truck and just so happen to talk to one of them girls, even without talking to that guy, that, one of the girls bumped into you and you said, oh, excuse me, love, whatever,
Right.
and started talking to him. Could you imagine the attack, the amount of people that would just attack you for that?
Right.
People are doing this so wrong all the time now. And I myself might be able to talk on here and that, but put me in front of a TV camera and I will look as socially awkward, probably more than Jeremy would. Trust me. Because you're under pressure for one. They're firing questions at you that you've got to think really quickly. The camera's right up in your face, and them cameras are pretty intimidating. So we all would be right out of our elements put in that situation. That's true, Kitty. If you believe in yourself and you know your own truth, but it's still, I'm a pretty strong person. I can take a lot of beat down and ignore it. However, in saying that, there are so many people that can't, that don't deal with being bullied or being attacked or being called a murderer.
Right. And that's why he came out, because of the Twitch video. See, somebody came out when we first started seeing the Twitch video, the food truck video, and said that they thought it was a Twitch serial killer that was doing this. Well, he's the one that took the video, blah blah blah. So that's why that's why he was kind of trying to defend himself. Hello, cameras left allowed was at an ATM for 15 minutes. Either way, push play. There we go.
So that camera footage that you guys are seeing, that looks like surveillance, it's not surveillance. It's a live stream for Twitch for the grub bus. One thing I did say that
can you pause this for a minute, Joe? Sorry.
Yep.
I'm sorry, sweetheart. I've got to go. I've got to get this stuff done. I am really sincerely sorry, everybody. I just got to get this stuff organized.
We're almost done for today anyway. At least
I'm so sincerely sorry, everybody.
You don't have to apologize. We're about done, Lisa. Don't worry about it. We've been going for 3 and a half.
We will be back.
4 hours. 4 hours. 4 hours we've been running almost.
Oh God.
There's a lot to this. That's why, and we didn't get to finish yesterday. We will be back, whether it's tonight. I'm not promising this time because who knows if I'm gonna pass out face first in the toilet or what. But whether it's tonight or tomorrow, you guys will see us soon.
Sorry, guys.
What is your schedule for tonight and tomorrow, Lisa? Well,
I'm fine tonight and tomorrow.
So what is it there? It's 6:03 p.m. right now. No, it's not.
It is 7 minutes past 9 in the morning here.
It's 5:07 p.m. here. So if I do this, it's going to be around 9:30. Okay.
Okay. I'll come in and check on Facebook anyway, love.
Right, and I'll send you a hit real quick on it, but that's like 4 or 5 hours from now. So if anybody's interested, we may be back. And if you don't see me, don't be mad at me. Something either happened or I'm passed out again sleeping. And if that's the case, then you'll see me tomorrow earlier than you saw me today for sure. Because tomorrow is Saturday. So yeah, I'll be here like mid to late morning, 10, 11 a.m. my time. So
all right, guys. Love you all. Love you, Joe.
Thank you so much. As always, I appreciate you.
Appreciate you too. Everybody take care and have a fantastic day. And I will talk to you all shortly. Sorry, guys.
Ma'am.
Bye.
No apologies needed. Bye-bye, my dear. All right, meatballs, thank you so much for bearing with us today. We're digging on through this, trudging on through the snow and the mud. 2307. Got you. Kitty, thank you. I have to say, Kitty, it's been quite the pleasure to have you in here the past few days. I've been enjoying it a lot. I like your approach. I feel like you have the same passion we do. Sadly, as much as you don't want it, you have it. But we love you, dear. Thank you so much for your time. Seabreeze, Daisy, Sherry's, both your Sherry's, Kitty, of course, Miss Molly, Miss Brandy, T2014, all you guys, Red. Thank you guys so much for what you do for the channel. We love you guys. Undoubtedly, I appreciate all of you guys so much. Anybody that may have donated to the Cash App, PayPal, and or the Venmo, thank you so much for that. My whole family appreciates that. Miss Pamela Gribbins, as always, thank you so much for your expertise and your knowledge. Where'd Squirrel go? She's probably not here right now, but we love you, Squirrel. Thank you so much for being here. And again, guys, like I said earlier on, I really appreciate the fact that you guys are here every time I'm live. That makes me feel like I'm important to you and just in general. So thank you guys for being who you are. And again, please don't ever change the people that you are, because I love you for who you are. And don't forget to love yourselves and love each other, guys, because that's all we got. And I will see you, each and every one of you. I love you, and I will see you all soon. Have a great rest of your day. Bye-bye. All right, guys, I was rambling with my words again. I do that at times when I'm trying to think too fast. My ADHD sucks sometimes. Love you guys. See you soon. Very soon. And I appreciate you guys sending me everything you send me. Just so you know. Have a great one, guys. Love you very much.